action. All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone. All over the country. Every session is all-out action all the time. All welcome, all invited. Even mums and dads. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams. It all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it. All the activators are fully trained, and all they want is for us to have a great time. Always have ball, catch, throw, try it all. It's time to go all in, all together. And it all starts with All Stars. All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk. This holiday at Dynamo's Cricket.
And that's a big moment in the match. Here and Now 365, amplifying brands in the UK.
Well, a very good morning, everybody, and welcome to Lord's second round of the new season. Division 2, the fixture here between Middlesex and Worcestershire. A bit of a cloudy sky, as you can see behind the Middlesex flag there over the pavilion, but we're not expecting any rain today. The floodlights are on, and equally, as you will perhaps know already, or see at the bottom of the screen at least, Middlesex have won the toss and elected to bowl. I'm Kevin Hand, delighted to say Alan Coleman is alongside me. Lower end of the pitch for this one, and I reckon with the overheads as well, pretty good toss to win.
Yeah, good morning to everyone. A good toss for Middlesex to win. Not as clear cut as perhaps you might think on April the 10th. The pitch is green on top, but it's pretty dry underneath. So there was a bit of debate in the Middlesex ranks this morning, but having spoken to Worcestershire as well, both teams would have bowled if they won the toss. So a good toss to win for Captain Lewis Deployer Middlesex, who go out there hoping to follow on from last week's win.
Unchanged team as well, but a pretty good win as well. An innings victory to start the season. You couldn't ask for much more, which makes it pretty difficult. And there is the team. Makes it pretty difficult to change a winning formula, I assume.
Yeah, I think there's always a question mark over the bowlers, isn't there? And whether you want to rotate your bowlers, and especially given that Middlesex are playing two pretty young and inexperienced bowlers in terms of first-class cricket. But having spent 180-odd overs in the field, Peter Fulton and Lewis Deploy have decided to stick with the same team, and you can't really argue with that, can you? And there's that Middlesex lineup on the left: Robson, De Caires, Holden, Deploy, Geddes, Higgins, Cracknell, Gohar, Morgan, Roland Jones and Sharma for Middlesex.
Yeah, Worcestershire on the right there. Jones chops out from the card that we were handed this morning. So Dan Laskin at the top of the order with Jake Libby. Kashif Ali is the name to come in from the card that we were originally given this morning. Adam Hose, Brett Oliveira is the skipper. Gareth Roderick will keep with then Ethan Brooks, Matthew Waits, Tom Taylor, Adam Finch and Ollie Hannon-Dolby, a familiar name over the years to Middlesex, originally part of that Yorkshire side that Middlesex did battle with, goodness me, 10, 11, 12 years ago now, when Yorkshire were going for a triple, and the only thing that stopped them was that Middlesex victory here on the final day of the season in 2016. So yeah, a long way back that one, but very much remember Hannon-Dolby as being part of that side. He's a big part of the Worcestershire side now, who will have, you'd have thought, a big job this morning. As Alan Coleman alongside me said, there's a bit of a greenish tinge out in the middle, which would have influenced things slightly. They do say look up, not down at Lord's. The floodlights have just gone off on that note, actually. So it's brightened up this very second. I don't think I've ever seen that before. On before the start and off before they've actually made it for the first ball.
Yeah, it is. It does, as you rightly said, it's a bit cloudy and a bit hazy over as we look over the top of the pavilion from where we sit. But yeah, the lights have gone off. Certainly no issue with the light here. You can see actually a bit of sun creeping through. Then it's the shadows of the Worcestershire batters just appearing left to right on the screen. So good conditions to start in, good conditions to bowl in for Middlesex. But we saw last week the team who bat first. It is an opportunity, and if you can stunt the new ball and spend a bit of time out there, you can score, as Middlesex showed with their first innings of 445 last week.
Yeah, hazy's the perfect description. It's not overcast. It's not leaden skies up above Lords. But as you'll see on that pitch, first look at it there's a bit of a greenish tinge. With the hazy cloud, though, and with the slightly greenish tinge, and with the lower end of the square, which can favour the seamers a little bit more, you'd have to be a very brave skipper to bat first, basically. So as you say, both would have bowled. That doesn't necessarily mean it will pan out with their teammates when they refuse to break away from that old adage.
Yeah, definitely right. And I think with that man on the screen at the moment, Toby Rowland-Jones, with the ball in his hand, any captain's going to be wanting to bowl first, really, in most conditions, with the big Middlesex seamer running down the slope away from the pavilion to the left-handed Latigan, who's opening the batting for Worcestershire.
There's last week's pitch for the top end, but 3 slips and a gully, crouching down, and Rowland-Jones running in from the pavilion ends. Right on the spot to the left-hander, who was run out last week. I have to admit, first look at Latigan for me.
Yes, likewise. Came over from South Africa, was involved in Worcestershire in second team cricket early last season, and has performed very, very well in the first team exposure that he's had, and I know he's very highly rated by all of those at New Road. It'll be fascinating to see him here against the experienced campaigner that is Toby Rowland-Jones.
Once more, having it there or thereabouts on the leg stump, trying to bring that LBW into play. There's the picture over the top of the grandstand, filled in all the way around, but yeah, it is, as Alan Coleman said, it's more haze than overcast conditions this morning. But fresh pitch, new ball in hand, try and get in amongst them early. Been the hope of both skippers, but it is Middlesex that'll have the chance to do that. It's right on the spot. Ball so far, right up there and bringing in all modes of dismissal first thing in the morning as you'd want. A shot that's going to get through and away for the first boundary, the first runs of the match.
And perhaps our first indication of the difference between the Worcestershire batting lineup and how Gloucestershire approached this last week. That one only just slightly missing the stumps there, but Latigan giving himself some, sitting a little bit leg side, just using the width that is there to hit it down to the short boundary, which is down towards the mound stand here today.
Oh, wow. Wow, wow, wow. That's some leave.
Oh, any leave that doesn't hit the stumps is a good leave. And this one has just bounced a touch more than we saw from the pitch last week, going over the height of the stumps from a pretty good length. It's carried through nicely to keeper Joe Cracknell. He's caught that by his right hip, which is always an indication of the pitch and its carry here at Lords.
Leg side on that one from Rowland-Jones. Top to finish first over, a boundary off it. The skipper won't like, the old skipper I should say, won't like that. The new skipper's very tolerant, won't mind at all. He has to play. Good week for him last week. Century setting the tone for the season. This man set a reasonable tone as well. Sebastian Morgan game against Gloucestershire, an innings victory for Middlesex, which, well, certainly with the bat in the first innings just seemed to set an early marker for the season. But this man has laid down a couple of markers early in his career. 18 years of age amongst the wickets, a 4 for last week, to set up that win.
Yeah, and he'll be hoping to add to that second innings tally last week with some first innings wickets here for the young 18-year-old seamer. But with good, very, very good pace throughout that second innings. Got the ball swinging around, mainly down the slope, caused the Gloucestershire batters some trouble. Here coming into Libby here.
Oh, wow. That's some start, isn't it? Just a fraction of shape back in with this against the slope, but then away it went.
Yeah, we see it from the nursery end here, just that ball just nipping slightly down the slope, drawing Libby into having a little fiddle with the ball outside off stump there. Through to wicketkeeper Joe Cracknell. Lovely indications for Middlesex here with the Roland Jones delivery in the previous over. And that Morgan first delivery there. Something in this pitch.
And another one. Away it goes. Well, this is exactly what Middlesex would have hoped for on winning the toss.
Yes, this is the first ball of the over. You can see just a slight angle into Libby and then shape away. And this is the second one. A touch more width, but more movement there from Morgan as well. Be hoping to find that line slightly closer to the off stump to find Libby's edge, but a very good start from the young seamer.
So keeps on its way. Yeah, that first one was angled in more, and then, as you say, a little bit of movement away. The second one striking that bit wider. Keeping going, but very, very good early signs for Middlesex and Morgan on winning the toss here, that there is a little bit out there this morning.
See Morgan just drifting straighter in those last two deliveries, trying to find his line in and around that off stump. First two balls shaped away down the slope from outside off. But on this surface here today, with a new ball on day one, Middlesex will be looking to exploit the stumps as much as possible.
That's a cracker. Drawing them forward, and that's what you want to be. Bringing them onto the front foot early in the innings here, especially with the ball moving.
It is. This is something that experienced Jack Libby will have seen plenty of times in his career. 33 years old now. First class average of nearly 38. Obviously started with Nottinghamshire. I believe he came from Cornwall originally up to Nottinghamshire. Then has had great success moving across to Worcester. So he won't be fazed by this movement.
And the second over. All that loss. So the main bit of news for Worcestershire this week is that Sonipol will not be joining the county as things stand. He's got himself in a little bit of trouble with South African cricket after he left a Lions match partway through the game, 50 over domestic final, leaving him to field with 10 players in their game against Tysons, which they lost. He signed a contract with Worcestershire, but left the fixture in the 43rd over to head to the airport to catch the flight to England. But his contract with Worcestershire will not be able to be fulfilled because the 27-year-old has been denied his no objection certificate by Cricket South Africa due to the incident. So, having been sacked as such by the Lions, he's not able to play for Worcestershire either.
Just driven up the ground there from Latigan up to Navia Sharma at mid-on for Middlesex. So the way the process works with a no objection certificate is the player will agree a contract with the county, generally via their agent if they're an overseas player. And then once that's all signed and sealed, they're also all of those contracts are subject to that player's governing body, in this case Cricket South Africa, issuing a no objection certificate. So even if you have a player signed, it is still within the realm of that governing body to either approve or deny the player coming to play county cricket. It's very rare that no objection certificates aren't given if a player isn't playing international cricket, unless there is an injury concern or an injury issue. So it's quite rare that they're not granted. And most of the time as a county, when you go in, you have go into the negotiation, you have an idea as to whether or not this player would be available and get that no objection certificate. And the same goes for Middlesex. When one of our players might go and play franchise cricket, we have to, via the ECB, issue a no objection certificate as well.
Edged and away. Back with a point for 4. Thick edge.
And Latigan's really shown his intent, or his intention, outside the off stump here. A couple of balls from Roland Jones that the experienced fast bowler will be saying were only probably fifth or sixth stump, but it's the second time in 2 overs that the young left-hander's thrown his hands through the ball. That one travelling between gully and point. A slight field change here from Roland Jones. We can just see out of the media centre he's put Holden out of the gully position into quite a square cover. Moved to 2 slips and a gully.
Squirts through. Got a fair chunk of it. Not all of it. Showing the chase all the way up. The highest part of the ground below the Warner.
A very different approach than the one we saw from the Gloucestershire batters. No, obviously a different pitch and a week earlier, but the Gloucestershire batters much more watchful against the Middlesex attack. Took a lot of balls and overs out the game. Latigan already on 10 from 11 deliveries here.
Three done, 6 off the over, 10 in total from Roland Jones, 10 in total for Worcestershire so far. So yeah, draw to begin for Worcestershire. A couple of games on the road, Derby last week, Lords this. Derbyshire had racked up the runs in that match, 625 for 8 former Middlesex man Martin Anderson, 228 in that. Reese with 114 as well. Whopping partnership that was. The 5th wicket. Worcestershire 312 all out in reply. Latigan 89. Run out Chappell. I had to admit, having not seen Latigan before, but in my childish mind seeing pretty much that red late again run out. It was tickled me anyway. But corrected this morning by Dave Bradley next door, Worcestershire legend. But it's Latigan. Oh, what a ball that is! Absolute beaut from Morgan. Made a big impact last week, and he's made a massive impact early today.
Can you say that a wicket has been coming after only 8 deliveries from one end? But Morgan has caused Libby some problems here outside the off stump. This one a touch straighter, and that's a beauty from Morgan, just nipping down the slope. Not much that the experienced Worcestershire batter could do with that one. Beautiful bit of seam bowling, as we've often seen from that nursery end from Morgan. Using the slope beautifully and removing the off stump. Yep,
brilliant start for Middlesex and Morgan. Libby's gone for a duck. Worcestershire 10 for 1.
And that's a big moment in the match. Here and now 365. Amplifying brands in the UK.
Well, backs up the decision of the man with the ball in hand. Lewis deployed to win the toss. Kashif Ali makes his way out at 3. And his side set to be under a bit of pressure here now. That would certainly be the hope of any side in the field this morning. That's why that ball straight on him. It's a little bit trapped in his crease there slightly. It's an easy game from up here if you're being hypercritical the way the slope is at Lords. Remember the conversation that was always had. There's an angle on it. It is hitting top of off, to be fair.
It is hitting top of off. You see at the moment the ball went past his bat. Libby's front foot was only just outside of that popping crease, so perhaps could have been a touch further forward. He moved after, which probably is an indication of where he was trying to get to, but all credit to the bowler. And I suspect that might be one for Libby, where he wanders back into the away changing room, puts his bat back in his bag and thinks, I've probably been done by a good ball there.
Oh, Kashif Ali is done by a good ball there, but it doesn't take the edge. What a nut that is to get first up.
Yeah, similar again. Morgan just angle into the right-hander, leaves him down the slope. Beautiful bowling by the 18-year-old here.
That one back in, a little fuller. Is the wicket and Kashif Ali's first ball. Look at them both from behind, just lining them up here, out of the hand where it pitches.
Yeah, so this first ball pitches sort of middle and off and nips down the slope. Libby, as the batter, is going to be thinking that's coming back at him. This one just pitches just outside the off stump. And Kashif Ali just trying to feel where that ball is. Morgan's certainly on top here from the nursery end.
So close. Onto the back foot. For a moment, we wondered whether it was onto the stumps.
Yeah, width here from Morgan, just an under edge from Kashif Ali. Rolls up and down both legs. Drops between them. All action cricket here from Seb Morgan.
Nice lines finish again and well run. Kashif Ali. Drop the singles, rotate the strike. Crucial for Worcestershire this morning. 11 for 1. Balls for Morgan as he heads back. Heading out to point indeed, as you can see. Round of applause as he walks away from all of the punters who were mostly tucked in on the other side. You can see a little bit of the Warner stand there with a sprinkling in.
I think that'd be a single that Toby Rowland-Jones might not be too unhappy that's been taken. Allow him to settle in against the right-hander. He's only bowled his 12 deliveries so far to Latigan, who's played him very, very well. I think Rowland-Jones will quite enjoy this opportunity just to settle in down the slope to the right-hander.
Forward there on the front foot. It's talk about giving yourself every chance, get yourself in line, head over the ball, angle bat, soft hands, all the things that you need to do. Going back to the wicket and Kashif's first ball, actually, I remember sitting in on a conversation, and this is why it's an easy game from up here. Sitting in on a conversation many years ago now. It was about playing Tim Murtagh here at Lords. He takes so many wickets. Does such an incredible job. Conversation between two old batters was wouldn't you just plant yourself on the front foot? But it's an easy game, isn't it? As I said, that's what you think you'd do, but it just doesn't work. It's not as simple as that.
Yeah, I certainly don't profess to be a batting expert myself, but you are conditioned as a young player that if the ball is short, you go back to it, and if the ball is full, you go forward, and you react to the ball. A pretty challenging thing to say, I'm just going to do this one thing. What you can obviously do though is adapt your starting position, can't you? You can move your stance down the pitch, or you can walk down the pitch towards the bowler, as we often see, and we have seen over the years with Murtagh, with Higgins now as well. And obviously the counter to that is then the wicketkeeper comes up to try and keep you in your crease. And we had a little bit of that last week with Gloucestershire.
Yeah, that's why it just struck me on that Libby one. As I say, a bit hypercritical, but it's just more in terms of analysis than criticism. Of being a little bit further forward. The ball's nibbling around in full length here at Lord's. The best chance has to be on the front foot, doesn't it? But Morgan's got a bit of pace about him, which will push you back as well.
I think let's not forget here that Middlesex and Worcestershire haven't really played each other a huge amount. So Middlesex in Division 2 since 2024-25 season. In that season, Worcestershire were promoted. So I think the last time I remember Middlesex playing Worcestershire was their promotion year in 2022, where Middlesex secured promotion at New Road.
Peter Milan with a fine knock at New Road, wasn't it?
It was Peter Milan scored the runs that took Middlesex past the batting bonus point. But therefore the Worcestershire batters, and obviously in T20 in the group stages, Middlesex and Worcestershire haven't met in the past. And as it stands, Middlesex only play 150 over game, generally a year now at Lord's. So the exposure to Lord's and the conditions and the uniqueness of the ground is something that might be fairly new, or I feel the Worcestershire batters may have to remind themselves about, and that may have played a part in the Libby dismissal as well.
Maiden for Roland Jones, his third over, first maiden for him. It's rare you wait for the third over for Roland Jones to get a maiden. 11 for 1. See that Brazil match yesterday, 9 wickets in an innings, best bowling in a women's T20 international. 5 wickets in a row, wasn't it, at one stage, which is now a men's or women's record, and 9 in a T20 is a women's record as well.
Yeah, I did see that. An extraordinary scorecard. Were they 13 all out or something like that? Extraordinary. And obviously all T20 internationals are all deemed the same status. It's not like Test cricket, is it, where you only certain nations play. Every country who plays a T20 is at the same status, whether that is India, Australia or Brazil. And who were Brazil playing against in that game?
Lesotho in Botswana, I think it was, wasn't it?
Amazing, isn't it, that women's cricket is such that Brazil are playing in the World Cricket Leagues in Africa.
Yeah, it's a game that is growing fast all around the world, and it's wonderful to see, particularly in Africa. So I think that is a big feather in the cap for South America, really, to have got one over an African nation, where the sport is very much on the rise at the moment. Cardoso was the Brazilian player. In fact, I think there's a prominent Brazilian women's cricketer that plays for the MCC quite regularly as well, I seem to remember. I'm sure there was a game here last year. But
I saw in the article that the president of the Brazil Cricket Federation was actually standing at slip during that spell as well. So that may be the same person. Well,
the killer was she was taken off after 9 wickets. Only bowled 3 overs, didn't bowl her 4th. Get the ball out of her hand, 9 wickets down. Oh, he's doing well to get the ball out of Morgan's hand right now. There's a bit of lift again, and that was what we were talking about in terms of the pace pushing a batter back as well, and not being able to sit comfortably on the front foot.
Yeah, we saw Roland Jones go round the wicket pretty early to Latigan. Morgan has made the same decision here, trying to shut down that width that we've seen the Worcestershire left-hander capitalise on earlier on. And that one has just again showed the pace that could be in this pitch. A little bit of a green tinge, and that ball kissing off the surface and carrying through to Cracknell. That was carry that we didn't see last week.
Throwing the hands at that one, and through it goes, races through point for 4.
Again, I think we'll see that this isn't hugely, perhaps a touch wider than I thought that one. The young Middlesex seamer just missing his line, and as we've seen, Latigan for Worcestershire has not missed out. As soon as Middlesex have come off of the stumps, he has not missed out through that offside.
I think 8 wickets was the previous T20 international record, which is held by an Indonesian bowler in men's cricket. It was 7 for in women's cricket previously, but nobody had ever taken 5 in a row in a T20 international before either. So quite a performance. Lovely. Lovely drive on the stumps this time, down the ground, but didn't see too much of that last week. That's a glorious shot early in this one.
Yeah, touch fuller from Seb Morgan there, and a beautiful straight drive. As straight as you can go from Latigan there. Back down towards the nursery end. And a great finish to the over for Worcestershire.
David Kendrick's middle of centre left. Awake for once as well at the cricket. I used to get him having a snooze in the committee room last week. I actually wrote a piece yesterday on that Brazilian match and did have to send it to David and say, could you just double check the stats for me? That's a lovely ball to start the over, just landing nicely outside off and up the slope.
I think there was talking T20s being played around the world. I think there was a T20 last year between the Cayman Islands and the Bahamas. And David sent me through the scorecard with the caption, "The most tax efficient derby in world cricket."
Another one just slides away up the slope.
Perhaps Kashif Ali here just following Latigan's lead. A bit of whip from Roland Jones. Ball shaping up the slope that time. A big drive from the Worcestershire right-hander. Doesn't catch the edge though. And low through to Cracknell.
Wow, that dipped in a bit. We've seen more in the latter years from Roland Jones, the in-swing that he gets down from the pavilion end. Oh, this was a nasty, hit the deck, seam bowler. But the booming in-swing in the last couple of years has been a big note.
Yeah, all part of that setup of the batter, isn't it? He's taken the first delivery that we've seen there away from the right-hander. And that time, turning the ball around and trying to push it back into the right-hander using the slope to his advantage. Round the wicket here to the left-handed Latigan.
David Kendrick's who I mentioned there for reference, head of the statisticians and scorers, go-to man for the ICC, the MCC, when it comes to rules and regs as well, and the laws here at Lords.
Beauty from Roland Jones, angle in from round the wicket. Nip away down the slope. I think this Latigan versus Roland Jones has the makings of a really good contest in the next few overs. The young left-hander obviously being pretty positive in his approach. And the canny, experienced seamer using all of his skill here.
Seven done, 21 for one. Mentioned in women's cricket, Middlesex's games are coming around thick and fast.
They are. Mark Broom, coach, and Saskia Hawley, captain, take their team up to Derbyshire tomorrow to play the first 50-over game on Sunday. High hopes, obviously, for the team following the success of last year. But the competition definitely has ramped up in Tier 2 cricket. A lot more counties seemingly using the loan system from Tier 1 for this year. And I think a lot more teams realising that the standard of Tier 2 cricket is really fantastic. And I know the Middlesex members who went along last year to support our women's team were pleasantly surprised with how good the cricket was. Some high levels of skill in all disciplines that Middlesex and the other counties showed last year. A couple of new players to look out for as well. Scarlett Hughes has joined Middlesex. She was a professional with the Blaze last year. Abby Wybrow joins, a hard-hitting batter. She's played some cricket in Australia recently. And young seamer Alice Whitmore as well is going to be in the squad. Middlesex have got a very good batch of young seam bowlers who Mark Broom and Saskia are very excited about. And then they join some of the experienced campaigners from last year as well. Hawley, the captain herself, Izzy Routledge and Finty Trussler still around. They were the two batters who batted all the way through finals day without losing a wicket in both games to beat Leicestershire and Yorkshire. Gaia Golay, Middlesex stalwart for a number of years amongst the group. Well bowled again from Morgan. It's interesting how much this ball has moved so far. We spoke last week about these Duke's balls. Generally, as the lacquer comes off, overs 10, 12, 14, they start to move even more. We've seen a little bit of movement in the air and off the pitch so far from the Middlesex seamers. I think we could be in for a fascinating hour of cricket.
Worcestershire bunch on the way around the outfields. The grandstand there, heading off for a net, those not involved.
Looks to me from our vantage point that just standing on the boundary rope is Alan Richardson, head coach of Worcestershire now, former Middlesex seam bowler. Very popular here at Lords, or around all of county cricket. Alan Richardson.
Cruelly troubled by injury here at Lords, wasn't he? And went off to Worcestershire and managed to receive the accolade of one of Wisdom's Cricketers of the Year. Fine move for him, and managed to shake off the injuries for a long spell at Worcestershire. In the end, it was a really unkind time for him at Lords in terms of the injury front.
Alan obviously works closely with Ashley Giles, who is combines the roles of Chief Executive Officer and Director of Cricket at Worcestershire.
Couple of inside edges last week. Roland Jones to pick up some top order wickets in the opening game of the season against Gloucestershire. Ball. Roland Jones around the wicket, and in nipping away.
Latigan's just taking himself for a wander to square leg, as batters often do, just trying to get his feet moving. He's taking himself for such a wander, he moved off camera. That was how far away he wanted to walk away to reset his brain after that one from Roland Jones. This will be many Middlesex supporters' first look at Latigan, but looks a very, very organised left-handed player. We've seen how much he wants to dominate the ball outside off stump, but when that ball is straight, he's defended the ball very, very nicely back down the ground. Just see here, bottom right of the screen, Roland Jones has just stuck his square leg back here, just to put it in Latigan's mind that they're not all going to be pitched up.
Prod at the surface. Look, conditions early on. That's close, but I think he's just got outside the line. Crucially, that's what the umpire thinks as well. 22 for 1.
Yeah, a bit of excitement here from bowler Toby Roland Jones and keeper Joe Cracknell down towards James Treadwell, who's standing at the pavilion end. Former Kent and English spinner. Just hits Latigan outside the line there, but a very excited appeal from the slip cordon. Good decision from the umpire.
There'll be a bit more excitement in there later on in the day, won't there? Once they've got past the coffees. Oh, wow. How's that gone through everything? Or got past everything, I should say.
We've seen a few of these from Seb Morgan this morning. And another one just angling in towards Kashif Ali and then leaving the right-hander down the slope. Even Richard Kettleborough, who's the umpire standing at the nursery end, gave that a little head tilt. Surprised that it didn't catch an edge on the way through.
Use of the feet from Kashif Ali on this one, just turns it to mid-wicket. That's to negate the movement. This is the first one he over again. I've just watched him move his feet there. Watch his front foot on this.
So ball angling in, shaping away. Beautiful from Seb Morgan.
He's got quite an open stance, isn't he? Although he does start a long way across. Lovely shot. Good stop. Sliding through. Zafar Gohar as well holds him to a couple. Again by that one. A bit of excitement behind the stumps, but you'll have seen all of off. You might have even seen a little of middle.
And these are the deliveries that make it tricky for the batter facing the seamer from the nursery end. The ball has been going down the slope away from the right-handed Kashif Ali. That one nips back up the slope. Makes it very, very hard to line up for the Worcestershire batter. The other thing you'll notice about Kashif Ali here is he's got what might be called quite a strong bottom hand grip. So sometimes that makes it slightly harder for players to access that line of the ball. So that ball that's just outside off stump, that sort of traditional grip, and that line there makes it quite hard for Kashif Ali to access potentially. Those with a more what you might call a kind of MCC coaching manual grip, with the V's aligned down the back of the bat, are able to hit that one back through mid-off. But what that does make Kashif Ali is very, very strong in other areas. So as soon as the bowlers go straight, he'll be very, very strong off his legs into the leg side.
10 bowled, 24 for 1 after 40 minutes here at Lords. Middlesex winning a toss. A little bit of cloud cover, a slight breeze. But a greenish tinge that certainly got the seamers interested at the moment. Tough out in the middle for the Worcestershire top order.
Ronan Jones still round the wicket, and that one nips away down the slope, but lined up very well. You can see Latigan's a long way over there, so he's covering the stumps. His feet look like they're on off stump. Plays the original line of the ball, so when it moves, the key there is not to follow the ball when it moves. When it moves, he misses it.
Fuller straighter, and that could be trouble. There's an early shake of the header, it appears. Now, I think it was last ball of last over. They had a huge shout. I wasn't too convinced on that. This one had a chance.
Did. Around the wicket still. We might need to see that from the other angle to see what umpire James Treadwell has not liked about it. That one going back down the slope. Oh, that I think Middlesex and Toby Rowland-Jones might feel like they were in with a good shout there, but not enough to please umpire Treadwell. Spoke a moment ago about this contest between the experienced Rowland-Jones and the young Latigan for Worcestershire, and it is turning into a good one.
back in, up the slope.
Just looks like Latigan's taken his guard even slightly further outside of stump there, so keep an eye as Roland Jones is running in for the next one. The line of where his left toe is, and it looks like Latigan's really just trying to get himself across the line of the stumps as much as he possibly can to negate that Roland Jones movement. Shot of the morning, if you ask me, that from Latigan. Pushed up the slope and a long chase for the Middlesex fielders up towards the pavilion gate, but not able to cut it off. Roland Jones just a touch fuller and straighter there, looking for that front pad again, but a beautiful on drive from Latigan and a long chase for Navia Sharma, which the Middlesex fielders aren't able to cut off. 28 for 1 for Worcestershire now from 11 overs. Just a slight delay here, as Kashif Ali has a little bit of tape applied to his bat there from the Worcestershire 12th man. Looks like a little bit of tape has just gone down the outside edge there. But Ali's really found it tricky when Morgan's been outside off stump so far. And the young Middlesex team has been very impressive this morning, 1 for 11 off 5 overs. Square leg just going back. Ball just tucked into the square leg where fielder Ben Geddes was. He was moved back for that delivery to the boundary. You can see just in the middle of the screen at the top there, Geddes returning to the ring for the left-hander.
Edged away, only 2 slips in place. Boundary for Latigan, but very nearly. Another one for Morgan.
Latigan's been very consistent with any width here. Happy to throw the kitchen sink at it. And the thick outside edge could well have gone head high past where third slip would have been standing. Middlesex employing 2 slips in the gully in response to how Latigan has played outside the off stump. With that, often see the third slip is out of cover at the moment. So a bit of a dilemma for Captain Duploy.
Oh, good response from Morgan. It's well played by Latigan, though. Talks about giving yourself every chance. There's the angled bat, playing it late. On the line, head over the ball.
Beautiful response, as you say. Big angle in from Morgan. Catches Latigan on the crease, and the thick outside edge runs that ball between second slip and gully. So they're just moving around because it's the end of the ball, but I think the dilemma here, you can sort of see the rough shape of the field. Middlesex have got 2 slips, a gully, a point, cover and a mid-off. So sort of a couple of options here for Captain Duploy to move gully into third slip, put point further behind and square up those fielders. Or point's actually going back on the boundary. Here we go, there's the move. Well timed from Captain Duploy into 3 slips, but the point has gone back as well to try and lure Latigan into playing outside off stump.
Very, very good finish from Morgan. 12 bowled, 35 for 1. Watching the 89 that Latigan got last week, he followed it up with 49 in the second innings. So back-to-back 50s to start the season. Kashif Ali was 5 in the first innings. It was LBW to Zach Chappell, and 7 in the second before he was caught down off the bowling with Mohammed Abbas.
A change of bowling for the Middlesex men from the pavilion end. Ryan Higgins going to follow former captain Toby Roland Jones. 6 overs for 17 for Roland Jones. Looking like Duploy keeping that mantra going that he started last week of balancing the younger seamers with the more experienced seamers. Higgins will be looking in this 12 overall ball, be looking to swing this ball now. He picked up some big wickets in that Middlesex, Gloucestershire second innings in the first game for Middlesex.
Nice shot by Kashif, put up there from Higgins' first ball to see what it's doing. Kashif was ready for it. Just short in front of the pavilion gate, but they'll pick up 3.
Not the chase that Roland Jones would want after a 6 over spell up the slope there. The ball just pulling up inside the boundary rope. And a very nice controlled off drive from Kashif Ali takes his score to 9. Wicketkeeper Cracknell up to the stumps here now. Trying to keep Latigan in his crease. 3 slips and a gully in place for Higgins.
Oh, withdrawing the bat. Enough time, we'll get a couple of runs for it. That's close again, and this time he's gone. Latigan kept his head down. Higgins and Middlesex had their hopes up, and so goes the finger as well from the umpire.
It's been all action cricket here. Latigan been very positive against the Middlesex bowlers when there's been any width, but we have seen 2 previous LBW shouts against him. Interesting to see it from this front on angle. Ball is coming back from a wide angle, but you can see the Worcestershire's batter's front foot is not very far past that crease line, if at all.
A glimpse of leg stump, I think, on display as well. He's gone. LBW to Higgins for 31 and Worcestershire 40 for 2. That was a good call from umpire Treadwell there. First look, I thought the Roland Jones one had a better chance than that. So I was slightly surprised when I saw the finger go up, but second look front on, the lines of it, well, from a Middlesex point of view, looked very good. Not so good from Latigan's point of view.
No, definitely not. That's good. Impressive though, and as I said, I enjoyed his consistency. Went to anything really positive outside the off stump. Certainly not going to die wondering if Middlesex did miss the stumps, but as you said, 3 LBW shouts against him. Adam Hose walks to the wicket. Yeah, 3 good LBW shouts against him. Second one better than the first, and the third one ultimately umpire Treadwell deciding was out.
42 in the first innings last week, Hose 52 in the second, helping to save that game following on.
Yeah, Adam Hose, Worcestershire's third county, if off the top of my head, if I get that right. Somerset, Warwickshire, Worcestershire, I think that's right. But obviously, familiar at Lord's, former MCC young cricketer while that programme was up and running.
I got Warwickshire, but I forgot that he was Somerset as well, I must admit.
I wasn't saying it with a huge amount of conviction, if I'm honest. But yeah, 3 counties. On strike to Higgins.
Warner stand faithfully on the right hand side there. The pavilion's looking really good actually today. It's pretty much up there with the opening day of the season, I suggest, against Gloucestershire.
There were about 1,600 in the ground for day 1 last year. The attendance is sort of obviously dropped down a little bit for Easter Sunday, but then back up over 1,000 for the final day of the game, which was a very good effort. And walking through the pavilion just before the start of play, it did feel busy again, so good support for both counties.
Close again, not out. Just asking a question, was it going down the slope there, Higgins?
Yeah, another big shout from the Middlesex bowler in slip cord, and that one has nipped back. But Hose is a tall man, and that ball's caught him on the back leg, so height would be the issue there for umpire Treadwell. Umpire Treadwell being watched by his umpire coach, Rob Bailey, today, who is around the ground.
I did think I saw Rob Bailey this morning on the blower at the nursery end.
So each of the umpires have a allocated coach. Rob Bailey here today working, and that's why the standard of officiating in English cricket is so high. The investment into the umpires and their improvement and development is one of the great things that the ECB do.
Speaking of improvement and development, Navya Sharma at the nursery ends, one of the bright prospects at Middlesex. He's 4 for a Grace Road last year, announcing him. Doing enough last week to keep his place in the side, keep out the likes of Tom Helm and Noah Cornwell. Begun at the pavilion end last week, starting at the nursery this. On the right length to begin. Pushing it up there to see what's happening from the nursery end. That's a nice ball. It's well played as well by Kashif.
Really good stop there from Zafar Gohar in the point region for Middlesex. Very, very good line from Sharma. Just pulling Kashif Ali forwards. And just the outside half of the bat. So does that go behind point for a single? You mentioned about the Middlesex seamers, Helm and Cornwell, not making the 11 here. Henry Brooks has obviously joined Gloucestershire on loan for this first block of championship games. Such is the strength in depth of Middlesex's bowling attack at the moment.
Lovely shot. A little fuller, a little straighter. And Hose able to get off the mark with the boundary.
Fuller and straighter from Sharma here. Hose, a beautifully controlled clip between mid-wicket and mid-on. Ball raced away across this outfield.
Scampered. Good cricket from Hose. Nice clip and then a dropped single to follow. Talked about rotating the strike this morning. Kashif 10 from 25.
There has been an intense score from the Worcestershire batters this morning, as I said, that we didn't necessarily see from Gloucestershire last week from this position. Gloucestershire's approach was much more about soaking up balls and trying to capitalise later on. Obviously Middlesex didn't really give Gloucestershire a chance to do so.
Drawn into that one. It was a little too far away from him to be playing that again. Touch that front foot. They're not down the same line at the moment, are they? The front, well, I say at the moment. On occasion. It's just working it out still a little bit and lining it up here. Kashif Ali, which Middlesex will feel in the game against him on that off stump on the front foot. Dragged down to finish. Oh, wide signalled. Surprised me slightly, but they'll have to go again.
There were a few of those last week, weren't there? From, I think it was Will Williams bowling from the pavilion end to the left-handed Duploy, who was sort of hanging the ball out there, and there were a few that crossed the sideline that I think a few of the MCC members or Middlesex members in the pavilion were heckling the umpires, calling for wides.
Has it carried? No. On the bounce, we reckon.
Well bowled with this bonus ball from Sharma. Nick through to De Clares, and that is a drop catch from the Middlesex first slip. We've spoken about Kashif Ali and accessing that line. Navya Sharma able to find the edge there. A pretty straightforward chance for De Clares low, but the ball did loop at him at a nice pace and he got a very good view of it. Should have been taken, and that should have been Worcestershire 3 down here.
That is going to be very, very close. Not out. Shake the head from umpire Treadwell. Hose disputing something.
Yeah, similar to the previous over there. That one hits on the front pad. And I think, again, the fact that Hose is a tall man with a bit of a stride in and that's hit him around the knee roll might have been the bit that...
What do you think Ryan Higgins is thinking right now? That was close, umpire. Oh, big, big step across from Hose in response. Away it goes fine. Unsignalled.
Perhaps with a touch of frustration on from Higgins there, really pushing that ball in, perhaps asking it to swing a bit too much. Hose across his stumps, tickle down to very fine leg for 4. Bit of a field change here. Looks like Geddes is going into leg slip now. 3 slips gully, leg slip as well for Higgins. With 1 fielder in front of square on the offside is extra cover Seb Morgan.
There's that step across again, inside edge on that one. Just trickles back up the track.
Middlesex would have seen that big step across from Adam Hose, and that will be why Geddes, who's in the top right of the screen there, that will be why Geddes has been positioned in that leg slip. If Hose just goes too far or overbalances, we've seen those balls clipped in before.
Yeah, and it's a clear move to negate what movement there is out there. We've talked about it this morning with Libby and to an extent Kashif Ali as well, the front foot. Just trying to get forward, get yourself across and give yourself a chance. Smother it as best you can, whatever movement there is. Hose being a taller man, obviously that helps with his stride as well. Well, question asked by Cracknell.
Good bit of work for the Middlesex wicketkeeper up to the stumps here. Big leave from Hose. And that would definitely have warranted a review had there have been a third umpire in the game. Would have been one from the side where Hose was up on the side of his back foot. From Cracknell's view, he'd have been able to see a loss of the white line there, and hence why he whipped the bails off.
It'll also be in the batter's mind, which is why it's exceptional work from Cracknell as well. He's just put a little something extra in there.
Definitely enough to keep keeper Joe Cracknell interested there. And that will, as Kev rightly says, that will just be in the mind now of Hose. That it was a big appeal from Middlesex from behind the stumps. And that might just keep Hose back in his crease slightly more, which could favour Ryan Higgins.
50 up in that last over for Worcestershire, 51 for 2. Intriguing start here. Tricky for the batters. I mentioned Mohammed Abbas. Both of these were removed by Abbas last week. I always feel like whenever saying Abbas's name, though, it needs to come with a warning on a Middlesex commentary. Middlesex listeners may want to turn away now. It was that 6 for 11 down at Hampshire a few years back. I think it was 2020, maybe 2021. Tore through Middlesex top order. It was a grisly day, but Abbas was at his absolute best.
Yeah, it's 2021. I'm pretty sure it was.
Yeah, 6 for 11 it was that day.
Not a bad man for Middlesex's young Seema Sharma here to watch. Abbas very, very skillful both through the air and off the pitch. Has perhaps lost a yard of pace that he had 5 years ago when he was at Hampshire, but still incredibly skillful, as these Worcestershire batters would have seen last week.
It's amazing how some figures just stick in your mind. Some performances, you remember the performance, but occasionally figures. 6 for 11 certainly. Another figure that always sticks in mind was the 5 for Tom Helm took at New Road early in his career. It's 5 for 30. It might have been 5 for 30, 5 for 35 maybe.
Yeah. It's funny how bowlers seem to have grounds that they do well on. New Road strikes me as a ground that Tom Helm has done pretty well for Middlesex over the years at.
Remember that match? Jeff Arnold was there, amongst others of the England's seam bowling contingent.
Jeff Arnold's still around doing some scouting. Horse, as he's known affectionately throughout the county game.
I remember the feedback at the end of the day or the end of the game that the England bowling contingent were there said that's as close to Test cricket as you get outside of the Test arena itself. It was a brilliant performance that day by Helm. Just kept out of the side by this man Sharma for this one. And Morgan as well, the youngster in the attack with a 4 for last week from Morgan. It would have been pretty tough for him to miss out on this one.
One for 2 from from 16 overs. It's been a very enjoyable morning session so far of cricket from both bat and ball. Plenty going on, plenty for us to talk about. Bowlers moving the ball through the air and off the pitch. Worcestershire batters have stood up well, been very proactive with the way that they've looked to play. It's made for a fascinating morning so far.
.537. My expert research reveals. Never ask Alan Coleman anything. 5:36 apparently.
Good bit of work there from Max Holden, cutting off the single. Middlesex still employing this field of 3 slips and a gully and then just an extra cover. So only one fielder in front to square. Keeper Cracknell now goes back, which means that Hose will take guard. You can see he's scratching his guard there. Will take guard further down the pitch now and asking for 2 guards. That second guard there, he's just been asked for. He's just been given his middle and off. So looking to get down the pitch. Further slight delay here. It's Ben Geddes just running for his helmet, just to slide into short leg. Three slips and a gully. Point and mid off now.
Just outside the line. I reckon it was actually tighter than the appeal settled down as quickly. They've had better shouts this morning. Could actually see all 3 stumps. Talks about that step across from Hose.
Yeah, Hose certainly looking to get down the wicket and outside off stump here to Higgins.
Oh, that's a beaut. Smile on the face of Hose as he looks back up the track at Higgins.
A smile from the batter, but still no smile from the bowler. I think still fretting here that he feels he should have Hose out LBW already.
It's a string at the moment for Higgins. Tough call as well, pavilion or nursery, but boy, it's going both ways. Higgins taking it back up the slope, a big danger.
Middlesex just attempting to unsettle Hose here. 2 big away swingers from Higgins that have gone up the slope. Now the keeper comes up. Hose has to take his guard again.
There we go, that one coming back in, taking the inside edge. Keeping Zafar Gohar interested. Josh Carey's going with him to help with the arm. Couple to end the over. 1 for 11 for Higgins off his 3. Worcestershire 53 for 2.
I think Middlesex have just got to find the tactical balance here for Higgins. He's obviously causing Hose specifically some problems here. And Middlesex have played with having a leg slip, and now a short leg. They've had no fielder, only one fielder in front of square on the offside. So Middlesex just trying to find their plan here with Hose. And sometimes, as a bowling and fielding team, you can try and do too much and try and make too much happen in these conditions. The surface is favouring slightly, you would say, the bowlers at the moment. And often in these moments, it's the teams who do the basics, the best, that will come out on top. Middlesex will be looking for Sharma here just to hit a good length, build up some dot balls against Kashif Ali.
It's moved again, hasn't it? And it's bounced. Sharp movement down the slope. Deploy comes to have a chat with him. How much of a chat does a young bowler need from the skipper at the moment? How much of a chat does the skipper feel that they need to offer? Because the easy game that it always is up here is a bit fuller, a bit straighter. But does a young bowler really need to hear that? They'll know. They've had it drilled into them.
So Sharma, there was a meeting yesterday morning where they're taken through with the bowling coaches and the analysts, just taken through each batter, and plans are discussed. I think the plan to Kashif Ali here is that fifth stump line, as we spoke about, trying to drag that batter forward. I think Deploy would just be reminding Sharma that even if that ball is left and it's going through to the keeper, that is okay. Obviously want to work the line in as tight as Middlesex can to the off stump. But the key here for the Middlesex young seamer is to not search for the wicket. As I said, just do the basics as long as he possibly can. Try and lure Ali into a mistake.
Fuller and straighter, but a little bit too much of both. Kashif just working that one through the onside. Big old boundary. Oh. Big Ed has enjoyed that as well, I think, as he had a little look back at Morgan tiptoeing along the ropes.
And I think that's the ball that will disappoint the young bowler Sharma and Captain Deploy. 3 dot balls outside the off stump, starting to build a bit of pressure, and then the big shift to try and search for that wicket, clipped away by Kashif Ali up the slope for 3 runs.
Oh, what a ball! What a ball! Is it taken? It is! Cracknell's got it! There was a moment's hesitation, a moment's doubt from all. But no doubt that hose has to go. He's plucked it from off the top of the grass. And Sharma, with a beautiful ball, has a deserved wicket.
Beautifully bowled from Navia Sharma. Just an angle in to hose, catches the outside edge. And Joe Cracknell with a big black glove manages to scoop it up just before it hits the floor. And a catch that will please not only the Middlesex wicketkeeper, but the Middlesex wicket-keeping coach, former Worcestershire wicket-keeper Josh Nappid himself. Him and Joe Cracknell work incredibly hard together, and that is one that would please everyone. Well bowled from Sharma. 56 for 3.
It's a beaut of a ball, it really is. And when you think back to that one put down by De Carey's a couple of overs ago, it was looping and dipping on De Carey's at slip, and you wonder whether that was in Cracknell's mind as well, that he just knew instinctively he had to go for this just in case. It dropped short of De Carey's. It may well have carried actually, but it would have been a very tough catch for slip. So D'Oliveira called wrong at the toss. Heads out now to join Kashif Ali, 13 from 37. Holding on for Worcestershire. It's tough going. It's a morning that's flown by, an hour and 20 minutes, but it's been gripping viewing and exhilarating bowling at times. When they've got it right this morning, Middlesex, it's been absolutely unplayable. But Worcestershire playing their part.
It has been, and that's, as I said, that's that key of that patience. Is Middlesex have shown when they get the ball in the right area this morning, it's been tricky to bat. And I think that discipline and that patience now from this Middlesex seam quartet is going to be really, really key in this next 40 minutes or so as we take our way up to lunch. Brett D'Oliveira in, Worcestershire captain. Navia Sharma with the ball for Middlesex.
Angles the first one in. End of the over. Wicket of Hose claimed. 56 for 3 it is.
This is the start that Middlesex would have hoped for, having won the toss and inserted Worcestershire. 3 wickets down in the first hour and 20 minutes of play. Another 1 or 2 here before lunch would put the Worcestershire side in some real trouble.
It's nice. No doubt through the air there in Kashif's mind as to what that ball's going to do. Looked as though it was ready to straighten dramatically through the air. Just kept going in the end, but that was what he was wary of, not wanting to close the face.
And that's certainly a line that I think Kashif Ali's very comfortable with, that line in at middle and leg. He's set up very nicely for that. Thick inside edge there. Down to Sharma at deep square leg. Brings D'Oliveira on strike. So that famous cricketing Worcestershire surname D'Oliveira. Brett, captain of Worcestershire. His father, Damien, looked after the young players at Worcestershire for a number of years before he passed away about 10, 12 years ago now, I would say. He's a fantastic man. He was very kind to me when I took over as academy director at Middlesex in 2012. There's a really good network of experienced coaches who'd worked with young players for a long time, and he was always very, very open to sharing his experiences of developing players.
Just moved across, cover point, moved across to mid-wicket. What was your first year academy director?
2012. It's quite a while ago now. Graham West was before me, moved to the West Indies, took on their academy role. Single there for D'Oliveira into the open space at point. Graham West obviously now performance director, director of cricket, whatever the title is for Cricket Ireland, so looking after their international cricket programme. We spoke last week about the connections between Middlesex and Ireland. It was with Paul Sterling and Andrew Balbirnie. Josh Little played for Middlesex last year, as well as some others.
A Joyce on the opposition balcony. Never managed to get him up here. Never great getting a batting coach up when your side's following on.
And some diplomatic questioning there.
I was thinking, I'll wait until Middlesex bat again. They didn't.
Nicely bowled from Sharma, that. Middlesex just looking for their young seamer to home in on that line. I think that just outside off stump line. Try and draw the new batter D'Oliveira into playing outside his off stump. Sharma obviously has that delivery that he can bring back in to the right-hander as well.
Lovely shot, nice bit of timing up the slope. It's not quite going to make it on a big boundary.
Big throw in from Geddes there. Kashif Ali was looking to come back for 3. D'Oliveira on strike, not interested. 2 runs up to Worcestershire.
Wow, that is up there with the ball of the day.
It's an absolute beauty from Navia Sharma there. Angled into right-handed D'Oliveira, moves away off the surface down towards keeper Joe Cracknell.
I'd ask you off Mike what was his best spell last week with Chen. He said Pavilion, which was pretty much my memory of it as well. He was jagging it in nicely, but equally this morning though, moving it away as he is. Goes down the slope. Question from the cordon, not from the keeper or the bowler though.
Yeah, delayed appeal there from Joe Cracknell behind the stumps. Sam Robertson at second or Ryan Higgins at third were a little more convinced. But Middlesex will not be unhappy seeing D'Oliveira just having a little push at that ball outside off stump.
Yeah, I liked the way he was jagging it back in at the pavilion end last week. There weren't too many going away though back up the slope, whereas here at the nursery end today it feels as though both edges are very much in play. And there's an outside edge, angle back though, all along the floor. Ball's finished. 60 for 3. So he's number 3 at the end of it. Just see short legs head crouching down there. Ben Geddes. Oh wow, wow, wow. They just get better and better this morning. The outside of off taken by Higgins. There's been some beauts of deliveries, but as far as seam bowlers go, you can't enjoy these much more. Just doing enough to beat the outside edge, take the outside of off. It's pretty unplayable. Kashif gone for 14. 43 deliveries. He hung in there. And he's faced some absolute pearlers, but that one, unplayable again it felt. And from the bowler's perspective, you really can't enjoy that much more than a sight like that. Beaten on the front foot, the forward defence not up to it. And Higgins going from pursed lips to a wide grin as he has his second wicket. And Worcestershire 60 for 4. So out comes Roderick at number 6 in the 21st over. And still half an hour until lunch on the first day. And when that coin went up this morning, it's what D'Oliveira would have had in mind had he have won the toss. Felt like a day that You want to get out there with the ball in hand. You don't want to risk it, saying bat first on a day like today. And look, there you go. There's all the conversations. Everything about that delivery was right for Higgins.
Was an absolute beauty from Ryan Higgins there. You would say a well-deserved wicket for the well-deserved second wicket, sorry, for the Middlesex seamer. Brings to the crease Gareth Roderick, batter keeper, formerly with Gloucestershire, as was Ryan Higgins. Moved up towards New Road and has really established himself as Worcestershire's go-to batter keeper. It's hard not to get greedy in these moments for Middlesex. 4 wickets obviously inside the first 20 overs.
Oh, nice ball again, just slamming the bat down on that late on Roderick. And again, look at Higgins' face. He knows at the moment he's fully in this game.
He's at 3 down. The Middlesex team are thinking 1 more before lunch would be good, 2 more would be outstanding. You take that wicket and you go, well, actually 1 more would be good now. 2 more would be outstanding. And Middlesex really on the hunt here, the bowling group.
Massive wide stance that Roderick has. Here's the wicket. Not a slight technical, but
from Higgins, beauty from Ryan Higgins, ball angling and then nipping up the slope, catching Kashif Ali's to the top of his off stump. Not much that the Worcestershire batter could have done.
Edge just short. Roderick on the walk. Nearly had to walk back to the pavilion. 21 down, a wicket maiden for Higgins, 2 for 13 from his 5. A pat on the back. And the subfielder there, Luke Holman. 60 for 4. And yeah, it feels as though some of these deliveries are just getting better and better from Middlesex at the moment. I think that's the point about this extra half an hour. One side right now would give anything to already be in that dining room tucking into lunch. The other one wants this session to slow, these final 30 minutes to slow as much as possible.
Lots of batting to come for Worcestershire. Obviously Dolivere and Roderick in at the moment. Ethan Brooks down to come in next, and then Matthew Waite at 8, so still plenty of depth for Worcestershire. Ball again. He's got it right this morning, Sharma. He's been just as unplayable as the rest. Probably just wants to tighten it up a little bit more on that off stump though. Yeah, I think you're right. That miss has been very full and very straight, isn't it? It's been clipped for 3 runs through square leg. You saw the first ball of this over clipped up to fine leg as well. But when that ball has been in the right place for this pitch, which you would say is just a good length in and around the top of off or 4th stump, Sharma's been as much as a handful as anyone. Ah, there it is. Does he get the reward? He does! It has been. It was a little feathery. He went straight through. Umpire took a moment. Wasn't sure whether it was a celebration in hope rather than belief, but belief it was. They knew they had him, and Roderick's gone for a duck. And Sharma, again, when he gets it right this morning, he's as unplayable as the rest. 61 for 5. Was right on cue, wasn't it? We were talking about Sharma getting the ball in the right place there. And that one just dragging Roderick forward outside off stump. You see the Worcestershire keeper batter going across his stumps, ball angling slightly into him. And a straightforward nick through to keeper Cracknell. I would say that Roderick just caught on the crease there slightly. Open stance. We've seen that from a couple of the Worcestershire batters, that open stance and trying to keep almost their front leg out of the way. But a good delivery from Sharma, catching the outside edge. Surname well known to Middlesex members. Brooks, brother of Henry. Ethan walks out there at number 7 for Worcestershire. Middle and off guard there, taken for Brooks.
Certainly familiar. You can see the similarity in the facial expressions, can't you, between the two? Nice ball again, right in the spot. It's going to go away for 4. I think maybe a hand on it from somebody in the cordon. Down though, they've taken 3.
3 runs for Brooks and off the mark to Sharma. I do think it's that proactive approach that Worcester have shown this morning that's really that has actually helped. I know it's 64 for 5, but that run rate is still at 3 and over. Last week we saw that run rate at 2 and over, and I think that the fact that Worcestershire have looked to score when Middlesex have missed, it's been a key factor in this morning.
That was resolute from D'Oliveira there on the front foot. That would be my one observation at this point, that have they been positive enough in defence and smothering the deliveries. I fancy Roderick, who's walked back up the steps. We've already seen Joe Cracknell up to the stumps. Might see a fair bit of Roderick up to the stumps in the Middlesex innings, because I mean, you think of Lee's deploy, he's often on the walk anyway, isn't he? But I'd imagine getting forward on that front foot is going to be a real key when it does come time for Middlesex to bat. But a little too early to think about that just yet. 5 down. Brooks a good batter. D'Oliveira at the other end. 22 bowled now. And 5 down with 64 on the board. You're still allowed to think one more would be nice, 2 would be lovely.
Yeah, it's same pattern again. Yeah, Middlesex will be looking at this going, oh, if we can just get one more and make it a really good session. But if you'd have offered the bowling team 65 for 5 from the first 22 overs, they would have certainly taken it, especially given that none of the top order remained. D'Oliveira obviously came in at 5 for Worcestershire. Brooks has come in at 7. So the top 4 have all been removed.
Again, inside edge. If you'd have offered the director of cricket 65 for 5 at this stage and an innings victory in the first round, he might have taken that as well, mightn't he?
Yeah, I think so. I think a decent start, but certainly no complacency from Middlesex here. The quartet have bowled well, but the pitch has offered some assistance. Cracknell up to the stumps now. We've seen this move before from Middlesex this morning. Keeper up, keep the batter trapped in their crease.
Look at how deep he's gone in his crease for that one, D'Oliveira. Diminutive figure, D'Oliveira, slightly different, well, certainly to Hose. We saw earlier on that big stride forward, getting out of the crease. With a pronounced step back. Turns from the crease on this occasion.
Obviously for Middlesex, although only 5 wickets gone, those 2 men at first and second slip, Robson and De Caires, the 2 Middlesex openers, will be standing, discussing and formulating their plans.
Movement in through the air on that one from Higgins, but really nicely guided. And the boundary, the reward.
Higgins gone for the in-swinger here. D'Oliveira just sitting slightly leg side. Punch off the back foot between point and gully, and that ball runs towards the Compton stand for 4. Keeper Cracknell back now. So continually challenging, Middlesex continually trying to challenge the Worcestershire batters.
Played off the splice as he gets forward to that one. It's just what you want, a little shuffle forward on this occasion, and ball pops really slightly.
This is Brooks' first look at Higgins. 1 ball left in the over. Keeper Cracknell back up to the stumps.
Well played. 23 bowls, 70 for 1. 20 minutes to lunch on the first day.
I think it's 70 for 5. Actually, Kev, not 70 for 1.
Where was my mind going to? I was thinking about 1 o'clock, wasn't I? I was thinking about lunch. It was only 4 out.
It was a bit like you and I trying to work out the trail by follow on score last week.
Did we ever get to the bottom of that? That was good from Sharma. Full enough that D'Oliveira was happy to be on the front foot. But just threatening through the air from Sharma and keeping D'Oliveira tentative about it all. He prods away at the surface now.
3 slips remain in position. It's been a familiar sight all morning. Gully, Max Holden standing at gully. The rolling Zafar Gohar at point there, patrolling a big space.
Good again. It's where he wants to be right now, Sharma. Just probing on that line, that length. We've seen a couple where he went too full and too straight and was clipped away. See D'Oliveira prodding away at the surface once more. Once more, just a little wider on that occasion, but look at the bounce on that as well.
That was the bit I was going to pick up on. That's carry that we didn't see in the surface last week. That one's carried beautifully through waist high to Joe Cracknell. A lot of the keeping work that Cracknell and Josh Knappett do is around knee high. You know, the Lord's wicket generally is known for its skid. Some of the deliveries this morning really kissing off the surface and carrying through beautifully to Joe Cracknell.
Lift again and over the slips it goes. That boomed on D'Oliveira. Trying to rise with the bounce.
And that ball, all right, another one that's carried through to D'Oliveira. D'Oliveira on the back foot trying to punch that through the point region, thick outside edge, and the ball just trickles into the building site that is the Allen stand at the moment, having kept all of the slips interested all the way through.
Oh, now that ball is up there from Sharma. And look at D'Oliveira. What do I do about that? A little tilt of the head.
It's another beauty from Navya Sharma there. Slightly shorter in length, back of a length delivery. Turns D'Oliveira around, thick outside edge. But D'Oliveira takes enough pace out of it. Cracknell dives across, ball falls short of De Caires at first slip for Middlesex. Still plenty going on.
Now, Higgins charges from third slip to try and get underneath it, looking for an inside edge onto the pads. They were part of peeling the LBW as well. 23 bowls, 74 for 5. You can't take your eyes off this for a minute.
There is 15 minutes before lunch here, and this is 15 minutes that I wouldn't advise anybody taking their eyes off the screen. It's been a great contest all morning between bat and ball. Worcestershire looking to bat positively and score. D'Oliveira, despite the challenges, of the movement off the surface, is still 14 from 23 deliveries here. And really anything could happen in these next 15 minutes.
Seventh over for Higgins. 6 to begin for Roland Jones. The top end.
I think one part of Middlesex's most experienced bowler, Toby Roland Jones, is at mid-off. One part of him will be sitting back and delighting in watching Sharma, Higgins and Morgan carry the attack this morning. All four of them have bowled beautifully. But as you say, Kev, off mic, the other part of Roland Jones will be desperate to get this ball in his hand for a couple of overs before lunch.
Well, he started last week with a Jaffa, didn't he, from the pavilion end, which nipped away up the slope. I think I said at the time he'll struggle to bowl a better ball all season, but this morning as well he was on the spot. First 3-4 deliveries, front foot defence to all of them. And he was in the game all the way this morning, but you just feel the way that the wickets are gone, Roland Jones being Roland Jones, he would love to be running down that slope right now. That's a lovely ball though. Higgins with 2, Sharma with 2.
It's not often that we notice the wicket keepers, but I think a special mention here to Joe Cracknell. He's been up and back, took a very good diving catch. The morning session has been very tidy up to the stumps as well, helping Higgins especially create some pressure.
It's not often in recent years either that we've been able to say that Toby Roland Jones will be looking enviably at the other bowlers. He's been the man shouldering this for years, hasn't he, which is why you will want that ball in hand right now. And as we touched on a few times last week, one of the areas for Middlesex this year, would there be enough wickets around Toby Roland Jones? Oh, that was a naughty shot from Brooks.
Smiles all round there as Brooks punches his own bat in disappointment at himself, but gets unscathed through the Higgins over. A maiden. 7 overs, 2 for 18 for Higgins now. 74 for 5 from 25, Worcestershire. I think often these times for the batting side are about winning the small moments, and this next 10 minutes is quite a significant period of play here, that if Worcestershire can get in unscathed any further at lunchtime, they will see that as a win and a tick in their column.
Pronounced shadows on the batters for the first time this morning. As we said first thing, it wasn't leaden skies, it wasn't very overcast conditions, hazy cloud for the most part. It's burning through now. I don't think quite hit the temperatures. Made it 24 on Wednesday, wasn't it?
was. Middlesex squad here training on Wednesday and Thursday, and Wednesday was a glorious day. And that's one of the reasons there's a slight tinge of green to this pitch, even though it's cut to the same length as the Gloucestershire pitch was. Oh, that's a beauty from Sharma. That bounce and carry that we've seen from the young seamer from the nursery end. D'Oliveira just pulling his hands away.
It's a leg break, wasn't it?
But one of the reasons it is slightly greener is that the pitch was left with a covering of grass over it just to stop it drying out. The wind blew through and dried the pitch out pretty ferociously at times last week, and then obviously with the heat that we had on Tuesday and Wednesday, ground staff here just consciously left a covering of live grass just to protect the pitch.
The shape on that again. D'Oliveira having to do everything to resist letting that bat face close. You can see where the front foot was, you can see the top of off.
Beautifully bowled again from Sharma. D'Oliveira looking to get down the pitch. And that's been Sharma's miss today. Sharma, when he has missed, he's missed leg side. We've seen him clipped away a couple of times and a further one there. D'Oliveira missing out to that one.
Lovely shot. That'll feel a little bit better for Worcestershire.
Yeah, down the pitch here, D'Oliveira. Full and wide from Sharma. Driven away to the shorter boundary. Down towards the mound stand for 4 runs. Three sips in place here for Middlesex. Gully, point. Roland Jones just jogging in to view at mid-off there. Long spell for Higgins into his 8th over for the Middlesex seamer.
Loft.
Yeah, Brooks just motioning with his hand as to what that ball has done. It's nipped away up the slope. Pretty similar to the last ball of the previous over where he punched his own bat, having followed one. Shape away from Higgins up the slope. good from Higgins. Just showing Brooks his away swinger here. Brooks looking to advance down the pitch. Just to negate any movement that Higgins is getting.
Well, down the slope it goes.
It was the old 3-card trick there from Higgins. Show Brooks a couple to go away from him. Turn the ball round and get one back down the slope. Very skillful bowling, but well navigated by Worcestershire's number 7, Brooks.
To shape away the maiden. 2 for 18 from 8 Higgins. 78 for 5. Worcestershire haven't been put in this morning here at Lord's.
Just in the bottom of your screen there, you'll see Seb Morgan just handing his umpire to umpire Kettleborough. Might only get one over here before lunch from this end, but to deploy. Believing that Morgan is worth a chance. 1 for 18 from his 6, but probably deserve more than that 1 for 18, I would say.
The obligatory over of right arm fast medium. Fast. Zafar Gohar, looking at him out at deep points at the moment. Usual go-to for an over before lunch, the spinner.
Start from Morgan and talk about that spin. There was a lovely piece by Mike Atherton this week in the Times. 25 wickets in the first round of the Championship fell to leg spin. D'Oliveira being a leg spinner himself for Worcestershire, and obviously Critchley bowled that great spell to win the game for Essex at Hampshire. And since 2019, leg spinners have taken an average of 45 wickets. Just down the leg side there, 45 wickets in the whole season. And last week, 25 in the first innings, and we obviously saw a considerable amount of wickets fall to spin here as well, which is pretty unheard of in the first week of games at Lord's. So spin is playing more of a part, but I'm not sure that Zafar Gohar's going to get much of a go here for Middlesex.
So good wicket just going around to hold them to the single. Will we get another before lunch? We should. A minute and a bit until the interval, maybe not. This might be the last. Higgins is on 8 overs now for his spell, isn't he? 2 for 18. That's well played by Brooks again.
One ball left in the over. It's going to be tight. We saw last week that our clocks were showing that it ticked over to 1 o'clock before the clock had under Old Father time. So this could be the last ball of the morning session.
So leave outside off, a little look to Old Father Time, the clock face, and oh, he's teasing us, the umpire. What does he think? Looking at his own clock.
Right.
Got to be in position.
Umpire Treadwell's taken the jumper.
Hand on bail at
And
the
he
other
is
end.
ready.
Oh.
I think Richard Kettleborough was pretty happy that was his morning's work done there.
He was ready for his Lord's lunch there, wasn't he? Slipping down.
And of course, Richard umpire, one of the ICC's elite panel there. 14 overs an hour so far for Middlesex. That's pretty fast for Test cricket, so he's probably feeling a bit overworked there potentially in one session.
It's a pretty good over rate with 5 wickets falling as well.
Test cricket often sits at about this rate without the wickets.
Ninth on the bounce for Higgins.
He's ninth on the bounce. 29 overs and 5 wickets in the morning session. Middlesex and Worcestershire giving the paying public their money's worth with this 2 hours of cricket.
Step across again, he gets it away. D'Oliveira, it's slightly risky to go that far across against Higgins. He gets the reward.
He does. D'Oliveira down, clips through mid-wicket. Chased down the slope from Sharma, but not able to cut the ball off, and 4 runs. Just wonder if Middlesex attempted to get Cracknell back up to the stumps for these final few deliveries before lunch.
Elbow. Quickly rubbed it, didn't he? Just to be sure. I'm sure the umpire had seen it. It's very high ups.
Just on cue there, you may have seen Higgins just motion with Cracknell just to say come up. 2 balls left before lunch. I think this is a wise move here from Middlesex. The thought process will be let's pin D'Oliveira into the crease. I'm surprised that hasn't happened earlier in this over. 2 balls remain before the lunch break.
Right on the spot. As Middlesex have been most of the morning. Side again, they'll get a leg bye to finish the session. That is lunch on day 1 and a very, very good morning session it's been for Middlesex, winning the toss and backing that decision up fully with the ball. 83 for 5. D'Oliveira lost the toss but digging in for his side. Join us back in under 40 minutes. Thanks to Alan Coleman this morning. I can join myself, Kevin Hand, just after lunch with a live stream here from Middlesex in association with Dafabet.
And all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone, all over the country. Every session is all-out action. The time, all are welcome, all invited. Even mums and dads. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams. It all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, even has your name on it. All the activators are fully trained, and all they want is for us to have a great time. Always have fun. Catch, throw, try it all. It's time to go all in, all together. And it all starts with All Stars. All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk. Power your play this holiday at Dynamo's Cricket.
And that's a big moment in the match. Here and now 365. Amplifying brands in the UK.
We're going to Bristol, where Belmont visitors to Rothesay. Rothesay won the toss and put down into bat. Belmont had a fantastic morning. They reached 143 with no wicket. Then the inning 84 got out and threes unbeaten by 3 And also this morning with the bat at Canterbury for Lancashire won the toss. So the bat first against 8. Lunch they reached 124. Rothesay 45, that's in cards at 73. And Old Trafford, the Lancashire playing Derbyshire, Lancashire batting first. They made 88 Everybody to enjoy the game around the side and Lord's whatever it takes to be cricket. The next county championship is Borough. Starts on Friday the 1st of May. And we enjoy the 20 wickets in the Middlesex men and we're on to the heavyweight at the start. Friday the 22nd of May, Sunday the 24th of May. Last part on straight May and Monday. Watch 4 matches over 2 separate days. Just 60 pounds. And 16 to the 7 pounds. Sunday, and also, as the Thursday, Wednesday, for Worcestershire, there are 23 equal runs on wood. Will be right over to take start, continue from the yesterday for Middlesex 7-4.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Lords. Play about to resume a couple of minutes early here. Nearly caught me on the hop. 1 minute 41 I make it, but off we go. Very nearly picking up where they left off, Middlesex. A brilliant morning, 5 wickets. Could have been more. And they've been all over Worcestershire, who have been resolutely digging in. D'Oliveira. Chivali as well. On his toes for that one, Morgan. D'Oliveira. Morgan just finding that little bit of bounce. Found plenty of it this morning. Sharma with the couple. Higgins likewise. Roland Jones, one would expect, will be chomping, or indeed champing at the bit to get in amongst them this afternoon. He's just starting to do a few kickouts to warm up Roland Jones at mid-on. Sorry, 84.45. The scoreboard just frozen down the bottom. In fact, the scoreboards inside of the ground are down at the moment as well. So right now, I'm going to guess it's still 84 for 5 as well. Little bit of wobble once more. The dot ball to finish and a maiden to open. For Morgan after lunch. 8 overs bowled, 1 for 19. 30 bowled, and it's back to Roland Jones. Oh, right up there, but I think going down the leg side. Angle out of the hand, a step across from Brooks. It was as much a step forward. There you go. Forward, but not so far across. You'd imagine that would have been something that might have just been reflected this morning. Could they have got more on the front foot to try and negate what was happening? To be fair, it was pretty relentless from Middlesex. And I think most sides would have felt up against it. Again, a long way forward. Big stride from Brooks. Busy on the Middlesex balcony. All still in the dining room, I'm sure. The coaches, of course, will say at this point in play that they've done their work. It's reaping its rewards. Will, new physio for Middlesex. It's a lovely use of the feet and a cracking drive down the ground. There's not been much to be certain about from a batting point of view this morning for Worcestershire. But a strong use of the feet and a full face of the bat. Thinks about something similar. And Roland Jones, unsurprisingly, had a good response. Good finish to the over from Roland Jones. He would not have liked that drive down the ground. I'm sure he'd have let Brooks know it as well. 7 for 20 from 23 for Brooks. 88 for 5. Lovely ball. That has gone off the surface. Gorgeous. Stuff of dreams for a bowler, especially an 18-year-old running in at Lords, fulfilling those dreams. Oh, now that one holds its line. Jags back in, but This is Oliveira's best attempt to smother it. Yeah, just holds its line. A bit of pace as well. Felt as that had a bit of zip in it, that one. It was onto the back quickly. That was much from the uncertainty of the batter as well. Just makes them look rushed. He's not sure which edge is in play at the moment, Oliveira. There's the channel on which to probe. Uncertainty's been pretty wide today for Worcestershire. And of course, hope that it'll be the same when Middlesex come out to bat, but it is glorious out there at the moment. Nicest conditions of the day so far. The hazy cloud that we've talked about, it's getting ever thinner. And Worcestershire and their skipper, who lost the toss to Oliveira, will be thinking there is still a session to be had here, at least for Worcestershire, and runs to be had. Can somehow scramble to or above that 200 mark. Now, with the way Middlesex are bowled this morning and what they've got off the surface, Worcestershire feel they're in the game at very least. With balls like that, Middlesex will be thinking bang bang and have them out for less than 150. That ball in this over has jagged both ways dramatically, and that one a good leave on length, because on line that probably was shaving. 89 for 5. It's been an interesting matchup now, Roland Jones and Oliveira. Two experienced pros, both knowing at this very moment. Roland Jones none for 21 from 8. Rare for him to see Middlesex clattering through 5 wickets and look up at his wickets column and not see one in it. He's bowled well though, he hasn't done anything wrong, he's just not in the game yet in terms of the wickets. Oliveira similarly will know this innings almost solely hinges on him now. But with balls like that, he may not have much say in the matter. This is why they'll know as well, though, if they can get somewhere 150 to 200. Not out of the game, Worcestershire. There's plenty in this surface. Oliveira, it's not fair on his teammates to say this innings hinges solely on him, but as captain he'll look at it that way. It's his job. He's out there, put his hand up now and be the one that tries to get his side somewhere near to some sort of respectable score. The way the ball's behaving, and Roland Jones hunting his first wicket, he, like the rest of his teammates, will be greedy. They'll be thinking 150 max, but 120 would be nice, and if they could go bang bang then maybe. Worcestershire will be fearful of looking ahead is that this sun's out now and grass, live grass in the top burns away over the next day or so. It's a different day to bat for Middlesex tomorrow. Good smothering stop at gully by Holden. Teammates gather round, and little things like that so important. Very Roland Jones, I'm sure, will be appreciating that greatly, although I'm sure he won't easily let a fielder know his appreciation unless it's a stunning catch. But as he sniffs a maiden, will help to just keep that pressure on, keep the runs down. The run rate up at 2.71, much higher than last week in the Gloucestershire game. The leg buys, goes away fine. Roland Jones looks at the umpire. The leg by signalled. Was there a shot offered? May well be the question. There's the step across. The bat goes back. Yeah. Just because he wasn't too close to it doesn't mean he wasn't trying to be. 93 for 5. Roland Jones does get the maiden though. The other end of his career to that of Roland Jones. As Alan Coleman, one of the coaches last week, was making the point about Roland Jones. Broke through a little bit later than some of these Middlesex youngsters. A little clip, they'll think about two, but it's just the single, and there is Roland Jones. But promising days ahead, it seems. The likes of Seb Morgan, Sharma. We'll talk through the list that aren't in this game for Middlesex from the bowling ranks. Tom Helm has obviously been around a while now. We talked about that fifer back at New Road years ago now. But Noah Cornwell last year was very much seen as almost a senior statesman of the youngsters. Regular in the side and a fine bowler. Blake Cullen in the reckoning now as well. And Feldman also knocking on the door in the background, so there's plenty of options. And again, for Middlesex, just a small note, but it'll be something that will cheer them both internally and externally as a club. That Worcestershire 94 for 5 and Roland Jones hasn't taken a wicket. That bodes well, because again, so often for so long the burden of wicket taking has fallen so heavily on Roland Jones. Leg side. It's a lovely whip and it's punished by Oliveira. Helped on its way. Big boundary up there, Sharma. Not able to get around, even though it was all uphill all the way as well. Leg side again. Oh, take a leg by. Excitement from the slip, but it was a long way down the leg on this occasion. Oliveira feeling he missed out on back-to-back boundaries. Well, it had a bit going for it. A limp from Brooks. Where's he going to rub? Just above the knee somewhere. Let's have a look on the replay. There it goes through. And oh, maybe a little bit higher than the knee. But he's not bent double. So that's in his favour at least. It is somewhere on the inside thigh there. 99 for 5. Big step across from D'Oliveira. That's a fine way to bring up the Worcestershire 100. That time, but he's mistimed it. Bottom hand may have come off there. So it was mistimed. Full face, not quite full-blooded. 104 for 5. Morgan straight back on the spot. Good partnership. building here. 61 for 5 was the fall of Roderick. Good from Worcestershire, their best spell of the match, this just before lunch and now just after. Settling into this partnership, these two. Defying Middlesex. Slowing that momentum that was so heavily building at 61 for 5. Wobble through the air again. Just felt as though it dipped in late before pitching and forcing that angle went up the slope. Oh, wow. Lots happening with that. Off his toes, off the floor, Brooks. Felt as though, as it jagged back there, it kept a fraction low, but no, he rode it well in the end. Eased away. Bit of width. Oh, that's a brilliant stop. It's looking to the boundary, but Zafar Gohar ensures it's a dot ball. That was hit hard. He had one go at it. It wasn't too far that he had to go, but he's tight in. It's a short boundary. The bounce in front of him. Gohar's done extremely well. No 6 for 5. Did it carry? Brooks is waiting. The umpires are having a look, and there's the finger. A nod from square leg, and Brooks is gone. And Roland Jones has his first wicket of the innings. He's edged it off almost the top of middle, which is why the trajectory off the bat didn't quite fly. Good grab. Clean grab, no doubt about that. We saw him put one down earlier and look at the response from De Carey's. That would have been on his mind. Put to bed the one that went down earlier. Worcestershire being put to the sword here. De Carey's with the catch. Roland Jones is first. Worcestershire 106 for 6.
And that's a big moment in the match. Here and now 365. Amplifying brands in the UK.
Comes weight at 8. Five-run partnership for the 7th wicket, 6th indeed. Clean as you like in terms of the catch. Second point for Middlesex, grabbed with that wicket by Roland Jones. Look at the line here of it all. Angling in towards legs, it just straying a little much. Wait is the batter and wait is the call. How long will Middlesex have to wait to wrap this up? They were on a charge this morning. If this man gets on a charge this afternoon, then they won't be waiting long. But D'Oliveira and his new colleague will have very different ideas in the sunshine here at Lord's. Ushered into the offside, but Deploy making sure that it was a fine shot for none. Sharp. Oh, and he may be gone, and he is! Navya Sharma throws down the one stump he had to look at. And a ill-judged single sees the end of wait. Gone for a duck. Oh, was it there? Was it ever there? Pick up and throw. Steadied himself. There was no real doubt once he'd released it. Here's the bad look. Looked for the gap in between them, but to the right hand of the fielder, it was a risk. Look at that. They knew they had him. Almost 6 for 7, so weight comes and goes. So 4 balls, For Waite Taylor to join D'Oliveira. Middlesex only into the 37th over, 7 down. Talked about the potential, keeping them below 150. D'Oliveira thinking, please, 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 can we get up to something with a 2 at the start of it? But you would have thought is drifting now. Middlesex have had their foot on the gas all innings. D'Oliveira will not have given up hope. Waite never gave up on the run. Oh, it's closer than we all thought. He was short of his ground. The bat was still in the air at that point. But I think that was the desperation just to try and get close because he knew he was short. What a 6 for 7. Picked up full for last week. He's got 4 slips now. Clipped off middle. Clipped for at least a couple. Thinking about the third, but just the 2 it is. For 7. Would have been D'Oliveira's fear on losing the toss. Certainly would have been his hope that had he won it, he'd have had Middlesex in a similar situation. Where they've bowled this morning, Middlesex, I could even think they could have had more. It's done a bit. A couple of big shouts for LBW, 1 put down at slip. Balls like that, asking plenty of questions. Too close, but it's just the movement, the pace, the bounce. Enough to keep a seam bowler very interested. Very impressive start to his professional career from Morgan so far. Showing as though he's got plenty about him. Ricochet, but relief for D'Oliveira. Said we haven't seen the spinners yet today, but nearly an off break. Should be a couple here. Aaron Jones runs alongside for a moment and accepted 2. 111 for 7. Fog of war at the moment as Worcestershire try desperately to hang on in there in this innings, and Middlesex look to snare wickets 8, 9 and 10 as quickly as possible, but being made to wait. Deep square drops back now alongside long leg. So Aaron Jones goes full. A lot this morning, particularly first hour, about Worcestershire. On reflection, could they have got onto the front foot more to try and negate the movement? Seen Middlesex a couple of times just try and push the batters back if they have sat a little too happily on the front foot. From D'Oliveira. Good cricket all round. That's where Roland Jones wants to leave it. That's where he picked up the wicket of so Brooks was taking a slip, edging virtually off middle. Bumpers finish. 112 for 7. Change to the nursery end. Navier Sharma's back. Morgan 1 for 32 from his 12. Good stint after lunch. 45 minutes into the afternoon session. Wickets well spread. Just before he took his second shot, the one thing is perhaps he'd like to be a little tighter to the off stump this spell today, which perhaps borne out slightly by the economy, just 1 or 2 looser deliveries. But the threat from Sharma has been as consistent as all of those around him. That's the first one nicely, slipping away down the slope away from the right-hander. Off the pads, and away fine. Cracknell couldn't get there. 4-leg byes. Just a single. Nice shot. Roland Jones turns to give chase. Mid off trying to help the old boy, but as the former skipper will get there. The new skipper deploys the mid off. Roland Jones the mid on. Couple more. To finish. On 19 for 7. Really had much of a chance to look at the scores elsewhere today with the speed with which things have happened here. Chance there to have a look. back at the pavilion end in the meantime before we look elsewhere. 2 for 22 from his 9, replaces Roland Jones, who is amongst the wickets now. Quick look at the top of division. At the top division, Essex 119 for 5 at home to Somerset. Pressure rolled back onto Essex after they rolled over Hampshire and Southampton. Outside. Nottinghamshire playing Glamorgan. They fought back a little bit, Nottinghamshire. They're 153 for 6. Glamorgan in amongst the wickets this morning at Trent Bridge. Winning the toss, the Welsh County. Ooh, searching for that one, Taylor. Foot, the body shape coming through, the angle of the bat. Turned to the offside as the body was looking straighter or more towards mid-on. It's lovely again from Higgins, up the slope it goes. Surrey in action at the Oval against Leicestershire. They're 170 for 2. Leicestershire winning the toss. Burns and Sibley, the pair, out for 24 and 4. Smith 75, Pope 60. Another inside edge. Another one onto the back pad though. Warwickshire have the wonderful trip to the south coast to play Sussex, where they won the toss, decided to bat. They're 117 for 5. Webster 48, Yates 36, the top scores so far. Both have gone, Barnard and Smith together now early in their innings. Hampshire, after their defeat in the open round, they're 125 for 4 at Yorkshire. The home side won the toss at Headingley. 43 for Nick Gubbins, remember him? 35 for Prest. A couple of wickets for Hill. Now here's a scoreline for you. Gloucestershire versus Durham at Bristol. Durham are 222 without loss after 42 overs of their innings. Lees 76, McKinney 130 from 128 balls. It's the ECB suite, the Plum Club. Sitting in the Plum Club to watch the pairs. And the mighty middle, of course. Steered to gully, Holden preventing a run. There's the biggest pair of all. Sat at the back of the box, Adam Matthews. Split loyalties, he said today, the MCC man, cheering on both Middlesex and Worcestershire, but mistimed, single off the over, 2 for 29, Sharma on 20 for 7. Gloucestershire, Worcestershire, my apologies. Noah Cornwell on the right there next to Tim Murtagh, the bowling coach. Oh, in fact it's Blake Cullen, is it? My apologies, Blake. Feldman next to him, Holman in the middle, Tom Helm with his feet up next to the coach Peter Fulton. It's gone through everything. Even Higgins saw the funny side. Leg by signals. Oh. Through the eye of a needle. And Oliveira turned around in surprise to see his wickets are still intact. Width and flayed at. Perhaps a little frustration there. It's all pretty tightly knit all around. Around Oliveira. There's 3 slips. Point cover and a mid-off. They're all pretty tight. Short leg behind him. Feeling a little claustrophobic and having been cut in half after that width. His eyes lit up, I think. Oh, a little width on that. Not much, but a bit of bounce. Just got into Division 2 with those scores, Gloucestershire versus Durham. Kent, Northamptonshire. Northamptonshire 195 without loss. What's going on? Vasconcelos has 112 from 154, 70 for Proctor from 119. Up the slope from Higgins. Thatcher winning the toss, Canterbury deciding to bat. Lancashire, decent day with the bat so far as well, 153 for 2 in the 45th. Wells gone for 4, Singh for 3. Bohannon 72 and Harris 71. Open face, and away it goes. Just going to beat the fielders as well. Holden at gully, couldn't quite get fingertips to take any pace off it. On 28 for 7. Edge, but all along the floor. Batter having a look at that leading edge. Now it's close to the back of the bat. I did wonder. See how closed the face was. No, leading edge. That match at Old Trafford, by the way, Derbyshire had won the toss. They reduced Lancashire 11 for 2, but a good fight back on 54 for 2. Those are all the games from around the country. Quick check back on the first game that we brought you. Essex Somerset, 130 for 6 now, Essex. Chelmsford playing host to that one against Somerset. That's hooked nicely around the corner. Welcome boundary. Angled in nicely, but that's a really good shot from Taylor. Waits it in, drives down the ground. And he'll get his reward. Back boundaries for Taylor. towards that 150 mark. Lovely full face at the back, that. Tour in the background at the bottom, media centre bob. Did it make it all the way to media centre bob? Red jacket on in the background. Height amongst the issues with this yelp. Back up the slope and leg side. 138 for 7. Still asking the questions here, Middlesex, but Worcestershire still defying. Blue skies over the home of cricket. Strong breeze again blowing the MCC pennant above the grandstand. But a lovely sight in NW8. .90 deliveries faced now for D'Oliveira. Quite the dig-in at this stage for his side. There was a little bit more fluency about it earlier. Fluent enough on this occasion. Back at a point, it's 4 more. Fair bit through. It's 2 for 26. That one's wiped the smile off. Angle back in, but full, and again enough width to get the flow of the arms through that one. And D'Oliveira has a fine 50 here, keeping his side afloat in this first innings. After losing the toss, he moves to his 50. 92 deliveries. Night 4. 146 for 7. Well, that's gorgeous. One of the shots of the day. Pretty dismissive that from Taylor. It's a fine way to bring up the 150 for Worcestershire. Full flow of that bat face. Nothing the offside field can do other than turn and chase. Sharma tightens up again on the off stump. Close, very, very close. Did he just get outside the line of off? I feel that plunge from the leg at the knee was after the ball was struck, which is what made it so close. Keep an eye on that line of off stump. Did it strike in line just outside? Really good call. Really, really good call from the umpire. Push of the knee, just wondered whether it came, or how long after the striking of the ball did it come to get that leg outside the line, but it was in time. Far from frustrated at the moment, Middlesex. They do love this breakthrough. 1 wicket. 90 runs now since 61 for 2 wickets, my apologies. It was 61 for 5, wasn't it? Back in with a bit of bounce, but Oliveira stands up tall. Single to the boundary to end the over where Holden sweeps up. 152 for 7. It was 61 for 5, so 2 wickets in the last 91 runs. There we go. 2-2 when Brooks and Waite fell. Carey's bowled Roland Jones and run out Sharma not long after. But the crux of this has been Oliveira. It was a jolt at the top from Latigan. Still has a few shouts for LBW before Higgins eventually got him. This is good from Taylor though as well. Middlesex at one point would have been greedy and thought 120, but no more than 150. Worcestershire all the way through would have clung on to try to find something beginning with a 2 in this first innings, and every chance to get in there now, even if it comes via a late swing at the bat. But Oliveira and Taylor keeping Middlesex at bay. Use of the feet. Up the slope it goes. Another smile from Higgins. And after a Jaffa, Peachford Oliveira. Pluck that one outside the off stump. And it is the first 50 partnership of this Worcestershire innings. 58 balls. No major rethink required from Middlesex, but goodness me, they'd like to break this partnership to make sure that they can reassert their authority on this innings. Inside edge. Take the single, which I think the umpire indeed will confirm there was bass involved. It's down the slope as Oliveira's hand signal suggests. We still need to see that. 47 bowled on 57 for 7. Partnership maybe 50, but there's still enough happening out there for Middlesex. This was the one that went back up the slope. Oliveira came charging down, and then this LBW appeal, there's the ricochet. So, slower patch with the ball for Middlesex. Means it's over to the spinners. Zafar Gohar gets first go. Often described as the best spinner in the country. Can he wrap this up for Middlesex after the fine work of the seamers? Up 3 late wickets in the Gloucestershire first innings last week to help wrap up the visitors' first dig. Navia Sharma picking up the last wicket to go of the 10 in the first innings. In fact, it was Zafar Gohar that picked up the winning wicket in the second innings, but that was his first of the follow-on. Hell! Gohar's convinced. He's desperate for it. Taylor survives. Umpire Kettlebrat says no, thank you. Let's have a look at the lines on this. Oh, that's a good shout if there was no glove involved. the line and the length and the pace that Gohar's got already here. Feels like he's immediately onto something from the nursery end. If it seems a little spin, it's seemed a little bit this morning. There you go. Gohar takes just the 4 deliveries to strike. And Worcestershire lose their 8th. He's had the flight, the length and the pace just right, and there it is, dangled outside off. Cracknell does the rest. Good stride. Just searching for it at the last. Cracknell with the catch, Gohar in the wicket straight away. 19 for Taylor, and Worcestershire 158 for 8. As defiance goes on, 59 from 100, but he's only got 2 wickets left at the other end as Finch skips to the beat. How long can he stay out in the middle with his skipper? Top ball 20 over, 158 for 8. 1 for 1. Gohar's first. This is how. Oh, it's a lovely bit of flying. Now, Higgins is done. More than 1 for 32 from 12. He's bowled really well today, better than the figures perhaps not suggest, but reveal. This will be his first go from the pavilion end. Jones and Higgins have been operating up there so far today. He blasted through with a 4 for last week and has been producing some belters today. Will now be the man to slip in down the slope. Well, D'Oliveira's faith in his numbers 10 and 11 may have been revealed by that shot. Worcestershire skipper tees off for the first time. Doesn't even choose to have a look at Morgan, who's bowled exceptionally well today. His first delivery from the pavilion end is given the treatment. Hope you had your eyes peeled for that one, as that ball disappeared from shot and then reappeared late. Goes again, one-handed. Is it pace off? It's a change up from Morgan. My apologies, it wasn't his first ball that was struck for 6, it was his second. Fine work. Aaron Higgins. Back they come. Higgins felt the roll. Should not have allowed to. That's a lovely shot. Beautiful flow of the bat from Finch. Fine way to finish the over. Flee through the offside. 171 for 8. Glance at the scores elsewhere in a moment. Three wickets in the afternoon session, ticking things along here. Still 15 overs until tea. Middlesex will hope to wrap this up pretty quickly. byes to begin, then the single. He's got 4 deliveries at Finch. Close catches, mid-wicket's not far away. Potentially for that ball. Should Finch push hard at it into the onside. Trying to keep that bat face open though. Patiently pushing back for his skipper at the other end. Good from Gohart. Equally fine effort from Finch. Gohart was interested there, just put his hand on his face afterwards. It was just a little bite on this. More than a little, but not enough. 174 for 8. 50 bowled in the first day, just over halfway there. Essex are all outs at Chelmsford, 149 after 51 overs. 3 for Shaw, 2 for Overton, 2 for Ball and 2 for Lammonby, 1 for Pretorius. Somerset winning the toss at Chelmsford. Top score of 49 from Allison, 41 from Elgar, nobody else made it into the 20s. Had made it to 77 for 2 before being 149 all out. Essex. Flayed away again and all the way. 180 for 8. With the slope, hitting with the slope against Morgan here. Benguedes. Sharma sent to retrieve the ball. Tavern stand empty today. The mound's open, which you might just see in shots as Geddes rejoins the field now. Into the offside, and this time he goes. Holden underneath it at deep cover, holds on. A vast expanse out towards the grandstand. But D'Oliveira picks out Holden, and his stay is ended. Going with a flourish. The Worcestershire captain. Clearly a great deal of faith in 10 and 11 for the away side. Good grab from Holden. A second wicket for Morgan. And Oliveira done for 75. Worcestershire 180 for 9. So the numbers 10 and 11. Let's try to push this a little bigger. 150 to 200 with the margins that we were talking about in terms of Middlesex. Would have hoped to wrap it up for 150. Worcestershire would have hoped to scramble to 200. Well, they're halfway between the just over halfway between those boundaries that were discussed. 180 for 9. much further can they go with Helen Dolby? A familiar foe for Middlesex from those title years. Jason Gillespie double at Yorkshire. Denied a triple by Middlesex, led by Richard Scott and James Franklin back then. And Robson surviving. And Raymond Jones, of course, in the foreground. Tom Helm on the staff, played a couple of games that year. Tim Murtagh, coaching set up now. One of the main figures in Middlesex's success that season as well. Around the wicket, Alan Dolby. Church to Carey's had a little go here at the tail enders. Oh, he's ready to go alongside Robson to open the batting. .180 for 9. 6 and out for D'Oliveira. 60 only runs off that over. Safagoha 1 for 2 from 2. Really dangle a few in the air. Float them onto that wind that you can see pushing the MCC pennant. Try to tempt Finch and Helen Dolby. Say there's only so long the tail enders can resist the spinners. It's a nice looking shot. It's the heel of Holden, perhaps. Paddling back from Cracknell. There's the short leg, Higgins the slip. There you go. It's only so long they can resist the spinners. Finch doubles his tally. Be an interesting matchup if he keeps trying to do that to Safagoha. Mr. Ploy had a chat with Safagoha and he's now just given himself a little bit of room at mid-off. Mid-on has done likewise. Now, not out is the call. Pitch's leg, yeah. Goes a little straighter on that one. Wider, I should say. I'll get two. Not signal anything. Let's have a look for the line of leg stump here. Did this pitch outside the line of leg? Yeah. Just done, which makes that a brilliant decision. Not a bad ball either. Singles finish. Finish to 11. Worcestershire to 187 for 9. The Masters on in the background. I've said the Masters are past, present and future in shot there, but that would be a little bit unkind on Roland Jones, who's still got plenty of good days in front of him. But he has been a master in the past as well for Middlesex. And he took the hat-trick to win the title indeed here at Lord's. Oh, if I picked up the right mic. Hannon Dolby with 3 to go this over. Finch accepting the single with Holden at deep point and square leg set back as well. I've been known to pick up the teacups talking to him as opposed to pick up the mic. So the wrong mic's not quite as bad a faux pas. Single taken. Oh, where's that struck? Or did it strike? Did it just fall? Did it just lead to Hannah Dolby stumbling? .53 bowled, 190 for 9. We've got 11 overs to tea. Danger, danger. Was there a little bit of bat involved? Gohar was about to go up for it. Been a really good effort from Worcestershire, from 61 for 5 to 191 for 9. No matter what happens from here, they've at least given themselves a score with some respectability surrounding it. At 61 for 5, there was a danger they could have been on the verge by lunch. Smothered by Hannah Dolby. 191 for 9. That's above the home dressing room. Careful with those pipes on the balcony. You wouldn't get away with that at the theatre, would you? Bad viewing spot up there. Circular window to the right as well. Bowden's right arm around from the pavilion end. You have the perfect little perch to peer through the window. Higgins asked to finish the job. 2 for 39 so far. Side. Where's that gone? It's got him. It's got through. Finch was left searching. And a happy Higgins wraps it up. 3 for 39. It was a plod forward, a push forward. A breakthrough from Higgins. Gone straight through him. Then rolls back up the track. Off they go, Finch and Hannah Dolby. Not the worst lineup that you'll ever see. He's in a decent position, but it snuck through. Middlesex will head to tea at this stage. Shorehand and Dolby and Finch rush off, but of course tea will be taken as we've hit, just about to hit 340. 191 all out Middlesex. They'd have taken that on winning the toss this morning. 6-2-1 for 5. Worcestershire would have taken this. We'll join you back in just under 20 minutes here on the live stream from Middlesex. The home side will begin their first innings. You're watching a live stream from Middlesex with me, Kevin Hand, in association with Daffodil.
Also reminded due to essential maintenance, the coronation line will be closed for the duration of
Action! All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone. All over the country. Every session is all out action all the time. All welcome, all invited. Even mums and dads. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams. It all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it. All the activators are fully trained. And all they want is for us to have a great time. Always. Catch, throw, try it all. It's time to go all in, all together. And it all starts with All Stars. All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.
Power your play this holiday at Dynamo's Cricket.
And that's a big moment in the match. Here and now 365. Amplifying brands in the UK.
especially very sad, such as around the ball, Travis Matthews with the Texans and some little shot. I'm completely rejected the Harris Downs. Both the engagement gives some sessions to block members and shot up to 5 o'clock, or we can get back to the play this season. There will be 3 times shot that way to the head, and final records, and to the match guys, with the record to get pleasure, gives and souvenirs. And in 2026, just very much the cold play. I'd like to have our pretty shot in the North Forward Centre. And this season is a great praise. People are London's equipment at the shop open until 6 o'clock. And 2020 edition is off very annual and during the season. Now available in purchase from all retail outlets, bar stocks lines. Eventually shot the Rothesay County Centre, and also junior and sections, coaching courses, children's school holiday courses are also available for the half-term summer and Christmas periods. And the centre also available to hire children's birthday parties, as well as group sessions and one-to-one coaching sessions, both adults and children. The Morgan Children's Forward Centre, find out more, or go to the board website and search Boards Performance Centre. same source of other matches taking place around the country where the Rothesay County Championship, started in Chelsea, where the wickets, Law matches, the Essex and Somerset. Essex 12 out for 141. And then there's the Worcestershire, who rolls through 330. Charlie Allison, 49. Somerset 5 are 17 and 3. So 2 wickets there for Saturday, 1 for Warwickshire in Sussex down at home. Warwickshire shows the back after winning the toss from cover to 211.6 thanks to the partnership between Chris Williams, who's only 42, Harry Smith has 3. Hampshire against Yorkshire, Henley. Hampshire batting first. They were covered to 221.6. Jeff Bateman is currently 7 not out. Here also against Worcestershire after a good start of Robert this afternoon 203.3. James Smith 104 not out on home at 103. Trent Bridge also covered against the Walker thanks to a good innings from Jack Haynes, who on 262.7. Haynes is currently 95 not out, and he has 4 wickets. Bristol
Well, good evening, everybody. Welcome back to Lords. As you can see, Taylor has the ball in hand. Robson on strike. And the evening session underway. Middlesex's first innings. Elias Deploy winning the toss this morning. Brett Oliveira getting his side up to 191. They were 61 for 5 this morning, and Middlesex would have had aspirations of perhaps not batting far sooner than this, but certainly having them out for a little cheaper than they did. Worcestershire know they're going to need a start similar to that which Middlesex had with the ball this morning to not let this get out of hand. A fair bit of movement off the surface this morning. Better batting performance in the afternoon. Let's see what Middlesex can perform in the evening. But what can Worcestershire produce, and what can they find off this surface crucially? Side edge. Middlesex off the mark. Off the mark with a boundary as well. Took nearly an hour for the first boundary in Middlesex's first innings last week. But if you put it into one of Robson's key scoring areas, it won't take long, as it didn't here today. Bit of in-dip to finish from Taylor. Middlesex 4 without loss. is that wheeling something around the ground? He likes to be quick. Underneath the bowler's bar. He's wheeling something around. Familiar sight here at Lord's. Hannon Dalby. Middlesex's years in Division 1 challenging, again, often against Hannon Dalby in Yorkshire. Bowling machine being rolled around the outfield. Right up there and a little bit of shape through the air from Hannon Dalby. 2 taken by De Carey's and he's off the mark. Where's he taking that bowling machine then? If I wheel it around in plain sight, no one will suspect a thing. Josh Nappert in the great bowling machine heist. Where can he be taking that to? He's just wheeled it around. Ah, no. I was going to say he'd be doing some trills maybe with it for the keeper or somebody. Former Worcestershire man, of course, Josh Nappert. His father Phil Long, the academy head here at Middlesex. Regards, Phil, if you tuned in for this one. Oh, that's not bad. There's the frontal. Look at how deep De Carey's is in his crease there. Just wonder. Something we discussed this morning about getting down the track, getting a long way forward to negate the movement on the surface. Guess you can go one of 2 ways. Deep in the crease or get down the track, but it seemed as though they struggled to line it up this morning. And there was a fair bit of movement, to be fair. Deep again. Goes De Carey's in his crease. Mid-wicket's just been pushed across. 3 slips. D'Oliveira there was at gully. There we go, nobody's noticed. Walk confidently with it. Keep the boot open and keep the engine running. That is possibly my greatest question of the season so far on day 5 of the season. Where on earth is he taking the bowling machine at the pavilion end? See him just let the latch go on the gate there. This is all very secretive, very stealth. Stealth but in plain sight. Great bowling machine heist. Josh, they've spotted you on the camera. Put it back. How am I going to get it around this big red building without anybody noticing? the crease, not deep in it, Robson, but waiting patiently on the ball. Soft hands, not pushing too hard at it, one of the other strategies. Alan Richardson, one of English cricket's finest. Great servant to the game, on and off the field now. One of Wisden's Cricketers of the Year and one of the few, possibly only two, or certainly was at the time, one of the only two people to ever write to Wisden and thank them for their award of one of the Cricketers of the Year. The other, I believe I'm right in saying, was Glenn McGrath. Wonder, is he coming around to do a stint? He might be. He looks fitter now. His old knees, it was an ankle problem in his time at Middlesex, which hampered his career. Let's see if we can get away from him in the commentary box. Along the floor. First moment of excitement, a long way short though. End of the over. Oh no, one to go, sorry. Pushed by Robson, but fielded in the offside. 3 done, 6 without loss. Come on, Richo, look up. Think of your old mate, Kev. He's not looking up. He's worried I'm going to ask him up for a stint on the mic, isn't he? Oh, he was on the run. He was running. I've never seen him running that fast at Lords in years. In fact, I've never seen him running that fast at Lords. The Middlesex physio bench are on tenterhooks here. Got a good mention from Christopher Martin Jenkins on Test Match Special many years ago when he was having a wonderful, wonderful year for Worcestershire by that point. He'd left Middlesex, I think it was his first or second year at Worcestershire. There was a little bit of an injury crisis in the Middlesex, in the England team, and Christopher Martin Jenkins said, well, they should look no further than Alan Richardson as the next man to step into the side should one more injury strike. Great supporter of the county game, Christopher Martin Jenkins. Always made sure the counties and the players got a good mention on Test Match Special and always kept a close eye out. A lovely picture and placard for him in the Sussex Media Centre now, his beloved Sussex. Punch through beautifully. And down the slope it goes for De Carey's first boundary. Good follow-up from Aaron Dolby. Straight back on the spot. Push back in the crease. Carries. Leg side's finished. 4 bowls, Middlesex 10 without loss. The front foot again. That's where they'll want Middlesex at the moment, on that spot. Test underneath. Judgment of the off stump. Go. Smothering it outside off. Robson ensuring thou shalt not pass. Front foot, look at the head. Even if it came back in down the slope, he's outside the line of off. Not much you can do about that. Just give yourself every chance, as we say. Watch the front foot, watch the head. He was getting there, but it goes, and it goes a long way. Well beaten. That's closer. Fuller, straighter. Just past the edge on this occasion. Searching slightly for that one, Robson, as he pushes outside of the off stump. He'll get a couple to finish the over, though. Prevent Taylor claiming a maiden. 12 without loss. That's hooped. Hooped away down the slope. Always been renowned as being able to find a bit of swing. Big man. Look at that. Start that wide, but boy, it finished a long way wide. Better. Well played by Takeri. He's patient, waited on it. Dabbed it to point. There you go. Oh, and down it goes. Well, the movement's there. And this time the edge was there too. Much better line from Hannon Dolby. Fuller, straighter, on the top of off stump. And Takeri's can only look and hope. Just gets out of the fingertips. It was seconds, it wasn't firsts. First was too far to his right, and it wouldn't have carried anyway, I don't think. You wouldn't expect first to have to go that far. It wasn't an easy chance for second. But a chance it was. Fuller again. He's just getting across to cover. He didn't follow it to some extent. He pushes at it well. Actually, look, the bat goes back afterwards. The bat goes back afterwards. He had to push at that. Goodness me. Wow. That's where they've got to target something similar to the 61 for 5 that Middlesex reduced the visitors to. He's in the hunt now, Hannon Dolby. Fuller length, straighter, asking the questions. 6 bowled, 16 without loss. Looks like they've just found their groove now. Nice spot. Leave it there. That could easily clatter back into the slopes on that line. Into the slopes, into the stumps, off the slope. There you go. That's the one that comes back down. Quite jag back, but angled. Little inside tickle onto the pad and it's gone back to him. Robson can't believe it. He walks away towards square, not in disgust but in disbelief. Well, maybe disgust at his luck, not at the umpire's decision. An inside edge onto the pad and loops back up the track. Oh wow, can you believe it? As simple at court and bowls as you will ever see. Inside tickle onto the front of the pad, which is what made it balloon. Well, I reckon that will happen once in your career at best. Caught and bowled Taylor, gone for 6, Robson. Middlesex 16 for 1. Max Holden, one-time opening partner of Sam Robson, makes his way down the steps at 3. Fully fledged senior batter at Middlesex nowadays, Holden. Come out with a fair job to do here, because Worcestershire will undoubtedly have said to themselves at tea, we were 61 for 5, let's make sure they are as well. Something close to it. Not a bad one to receive first up. Sliding down the slope from around the wicket. Oh, even better. An off break from Taylor to finish. Let's have a look. Angling in. Just a little late swing there as well. Just in the line, just before it kissed the slope. In fact, I tell you what, that's pretty much off the slope itself, isn't it? Barely a bit through the air. 16 for 1. Punch from De Carey's, good stop in there. That's cover by Kashif Ali. Oh, goodness me. A nod of the head, and then the finger goes up. To Carey's waited. Was it in hope? Either way, it was in vain. He's gone for 10. 20 balls faced. And Worcestershire picking up where Middlesex left off this morning. Full straight, swinging away, and there it is. Wondered whether it might have been inside edge onto pad. Carey's waited and waited and waited. Then came the nod. Here we go. A little feather just there. Enough of a noise. Umpire Kettleborough giving the nod and then holding up the finger. Tough start for Middlesex. You'd expect it to be. It's been a bowler's day so far. Roderick with the catch. And Dolby has a wicket. Middlesex 16 for 2. Lias to Floyd, the Middlesex captain. He won the toss this morning. He'd been mightily happy with that at 61 for 5. He should still be mightily happy now, but there's a big job to do. Centurion last week led the way to that innings victory. Hoping Lightning strikes twice here and he can go big again. Hazy cloud again. There was some good sun out this afternoon, but it's gloomed over. You can just about see the chandeliers there in the long room, the committee room to the left, the writing room to the right. Bowler's bar looking packed even further to the right there, below the chief exec's office. As you'll see, not much sunshine at the moment. The cloud cover's pretty set overhead, albeit quite high and thin. Big swing on that again. Hands on heads. Floor, angle back from deploy, he was over the top of it. One holds its line up the slope, through to the keeper. Wicket maiden for Hannon Dolby. Belter of a delivery to remove Josh to Carey's. Just seen the reaction of some of the slips who celebrated, then put their hands on the head, and then celebrated again. 16 for 2. Now, no run, but plenty of interest. goes again off the surface. Doesn't quite carry. Let's make sure it didn't hit the helmet behind. That would have been a penalty. Open face from Holden. Two left-handers having to try and hold it together now for Middlesex. Not leave themselves exposed as Worcestershire were at 61 for 5. Momentary relief with the wide one outside off. Nice shot, good stop. Got fully through with it. Holden just watchfully pushed back. Not bad. Not quite good enough on this occasion. 16 for 2, maiden. Shaping nicely for deploy, but quite rightly watchfully played at this point. Resolute from deploy. Pushing back. It's an evening session where a lot could go wrong for Middlesex. Not too much can go particularly well tonight, you'd have thought. The ball's been on top all day. It is an evening to settle in. Run rate 1.68. It was up towards threes in the Worcestershire innings where they went hard at it, perhaps a little too hard at times. Speaking of going hard, that's nice. In fact, that's more than nice. That's a cracking shot. Deploy opens up with the boundary. Turnover's done, 20 for 2. Been the story of the day. Movement through the air and off the surface. Decent pace, bit of zip in it. Bit of bounce too. 11 bowled, 20 for 2. Maiden for Taylor. Nearly done by that one. Little inside out. Body was opening to there, but had to push it with a more open face into the offside in the end. Let's have a look. Just there. Let's come back in with the slope. Was it through the air as well? Nice again. Good tumbling stop there at mid-off. Hold. Deployed to a single. 12 bowled, 3 singles in it. 23 for 2. Rory Coots, second right. Peter Fulton, the coach, with the hood up. Coleman and Joe Cracknell flanking Josh De Carey, he's just there. Coleman and Cracknell, good mates, North Middle Saxons as they are. Have been the other way around for a little while. Josh at Radlett, a million miles away from those two. Yeah, been the other way around a little while where Holman was in the side, Cracknell was out, but Cracknell in now as keeper and Holman losing his place. 1 as spinner to Zafar Gohar, 2 as a middle order batter as he was last year. Around the wicket to deploy, looking to use that movement angled in at the stumps, forcing them to play and then getting it to nip away. Nice again. Nice push again, down the slope it goes, and down the slope it races for more.
And that's a big moment in the match. Here and now 365. Amplifying brands in the UK.
Apologies for a slight technical problem on the mic, which I think we've sorted out. Quick single. So we'll run out earlier. Chance oohs and ahs. .15 bowled, 33 for 3. Finch 1 for 4. Deploying his first over. Good again from Geddes, right in behind it. Just overcompensating there a little, Finch, pushing it leg side. He'll pick up the single. Single turned again. It's a passage of play like this for Worcestershire earlier. Time to drop the singles, rotate the strike. Oh, that's a nice shot. Rasps away up the slope. Now the other side of fine leg. Delicate glance. .44 for 3. Taylor's done for now. Over to Waite. Gone for 11 from 8 for Taylor. Pretty good start. The spot again. Nice start. Big appeal, it's hooping back in. Going down the leg side though, I fancy. High as well. Sort of start of Waite's run up here. Really reminds me of Steve Kirby, former Yorkshire and Gloucestershire bowler. He just leans forward and it's a charge from the off. There he goes. It's a bit more of a sidestep, side to side. Garner some momentum perhaps, but Kirby always had this bustling start. Well, bustled all the way through his run up, but even from the turn. Fierce competitor, Steve Kirby. It was always fun watching him getting into a contest. Got a good one here at the moment. Middlesex 44 for 3. Excellent stuff here. Needs to be for Middlesex. Tapped away nicely. Look for a couple, and they'll get a couple. Batted once last week, Middlesex, innings a victory against Gloucestershire. Holden got 32 before he was bowled Williams. Geddes caught Bracey, bowled Price. Made 25, everybody getting a start in that top 5. Carey's 12, the only one out below 20. Higgins then got 5, Crackler, brilliant 97. Session defining and innings defining in some way, even though Deploy got 182. 4-4-5 for 9 it was declared. How has that got through? Beaten on the back foot, dropping the bat desperately to try and get something on it. Oh, wow. How does it show from behind? Over the top of middle enough, you'd fancy. Yep. It's fair to say that was close. Good again, but behind it this time, Holden. He has 10, Geddes has 10. Middlesex 47 for 3. To begin for weights, straight back onto the spot. That was a lovely line and length and a lovely bit of movement. There we go. Just shaping late. Pitching, and with the slope it was going away from it. Whoa, I tell you what, slope was against him. If the bowling was at the other end, then maybe, but let's have a look. Where does it strike? Now keep an eye on middle and off there and hitting up above the knee roll. Long way down as well, Geddes. 19 bowled, there's still 22 to go today. Middlesex 47 for 3. Width and an inside edge. Saw a few of those today as well, playing onto the pads, playing onto the stumps. Saw a few of those last week. Settled onto a spot here, Finch. A little closer to Holden, and he leans into that one. Might get full rewards. Slide at the last hole. Definition of going down in stages there, I think. 3 for Holden though. And a 50 up for Middlesex. Bit of width, and he throws the bat at it. 3 off the over, 50 for 3. That is lovely. Holden's on 17. Wade concedes his first runs at the start of his third over. Away that one goes as well. Overpitched and punished. Somewhere between a dab and a late leave from Holden. 8 off the over. It is. So strike on 10. Waits 2 maidens come to an end. He concedes 8 in that. Conceding 8 in an over. Alan Richardson never would have done that. A few finer sights than the big fella trundling him. He's waving at everybody but me. Fondly remembered here at Middlesex. 58 for 3. You'll be pleased with that one, Geddes. Crunch down the ground. And then leg sides. Time nicely again. It's a big boundary though, so the fielders have a chance. Maybe they were just being teased. And a solid forward defence. Bumper. Haven't seen many of those. In this innings anyway, Middlesex dropped in a few to stop. Worcestershire rocking onto the front foot happily. Another steer. Could be another boundary. That's not quite going to have the legs. Nice point at the ground. They've taken a couple. 11 off the over. 69 for 3. Fine bow tie on display. There's the bowler's bar. All doing good business. Away dressing room. Pretty sparse. Thinned out a little in the pavilion as the day's worn on. Shot. Good stop. Mid on coming around, tumbling. Nice shot. Gets through. Get full reward, but in fact, we only get a single. 71 for 3. Right, let's have a look at the scores elsewhere. Essex 149 all out. Somerset 102 for 4 at Chelmsford. Nottinghamshire 279 all out. Glamorgan 31 for 2. A note from the Somerset game. Leach of the Jack variety opened the innings for Somerset. He made 6 for his bowled Porter. Josh Thomas. Glamorgan 29 for 2 in reply to Nottingham was 279. Surrey 380 for 4 against Leicestershire at the Oval. And Warwickshire 267 all out down at Hove. Sussex about to start their reply. And Yorkshire 6 without loss in reply to Hampshire's 251 at Headingley. There's the Division 1 scores. Have a look at Division 2 in a moment. First of all, Oliver Hannon Dolby. For 3. 61 for 5 at one point. Worcestershire wrestled it back to 191 all out. Push back. Back again. Hand signal from Holden, testament to that. Drawn into it. Got a couple of nice shots away already. Holden perhaps a little too wide, just stretching a little too far, not quite full enough on that line for him to go at it. .23 bowled here, 17 to go today still. 71 for 3. Durham, who at one stage were 2-2-2 with no wicket in the morning session. They are 395 for 2 in the AC first. They lost their first wicket at 3:05. 305 that is, as opposed to 3. 57. It was the last ball of the 58th over when Lees fell for 129. McKinney is still there. 196 from 125. Gay is gone. 5 from 6, and Bedingham has 45. Giving Gloucestershire plenty to think about at Bristol. Little to think about all around there. A bit of in-dip on the drive of Geddes. Pushed it back to the bowler nicely though. Good stop. Ricocheted into hold. He was getting back in his ground. Other than that, nothing really to see. Northamptonshire 398 for 1 at Canterbury. What is going on down there? Vasconcelos 127. Proctor 128 not out. Harrison 116 not out. Milnes, Dudgeon, Everson, Singer, Mayeye and Jaden Denley in the attack. And Lancashire with 330 for 8 against Derbyshire at Old Trafford. And Derbyshire one toss. 125 for Harris. Marcus Harris. 73 Josh Bohannon. Derbyshire. Brisk breeze blowing the MCC pennants. Cloudy evening at Lord's this Friday night. Still a bit of the feel about Easter holidays driving in today. The traffic was pretty quiet. So it's the same on the way home this evening. Might not be the same on Monday morning. Will we be here then? And if the ball keeps moving about. Uncomfortably played by Geddes. There's a little jag back in with the slope. Little shuffle. A lot of intent. It was a gentle drive in the end though. Ooh. Ball check. .71 for 3, 16 to bowl today. Max Holden, but a youngster. And Dolby was tussling with Middlesex for titles at the top of Division 1. Seems like only yesterday. Big Middlesex fan through the years, Max Holden, before breaking into the system. Fixture in all formats. When available, of course. Maybe the 100 during the list day. Dolby. Just probing on that off stump. .73 for 3, 26 bowled. Live cricket here at Lord's, brought to you from Middlesex. Live stream in association with Dafabet. Ethan Brooks into the attack. Definitely a similarity with his brother on the books at Middlesex, but on loan at Gloucestershire now. It's a glorious shot by Geddes. Crunched through the covers it goes. Another one for Geddes. So I'll have to tighten up here. Not with the 50 partnership. Nice looking drive from Guedes. Keeper standing up, smart work. 3 back on the ropes. You can't see to your left there, deep mid wicket and deep backward square. You can't see to your right, deep cover. And that, at the end of the 27th over, is the 50 partnership. Good lick for Guedes. High 5 from Holden. 82 for 3. Something similar, when Guedes brings that bat face down like that, it does look like an enormous piece of wood in his hands. Not quite so large there, the ball got big on him. Bowler's bar, where the bell is rung in the morning. Bell for last orders. A long way off yet. 8 o'clock it shuts apparently. So rather than the bell for the last orders, it's the bell to signal the move to the tavern. Nice, really nice from Guedes. Straight down the ground. Shape away. Quite been the same threat from the ball in recent overs, 28 of them bowled. Good lady, 6 for 3. 13 overs to go today. That's the members' bar. We saw the bowlers' bar. That's above the home dressing room. The bowlers' bar is below the chief exec's office, just to the side of the away dressing room. Little dabble. Look at that straighten. Just said it hadn't done much in the last couple of the overs, but around the wicket. Brooks gets another one to go down the slope. Width on offer, down the slope it goes. Edged. Oh, now. We've seen a couple go down today. The light's not the greatest out there. But you fancy. That was a chance. That should have very much been held. Ever dipping. We saw one like this under Carey's earlier. But that was not dipping quite as much. Straight in, straight out. Holden could take his heart from his mouth. Edged, and that one is held. Punch at the back of the bat for Geddes. Annoyed with himself. No mistake this time in the slips. Holden breathing a sigh of relief in the last over, but Geddes, going a little too hard at that one, just outside off. The thick edge flies to slip. That's what the batter thought. Shake of the head. Hose of the catch. 34 for Geddes, 86 for 4 Middlesex.
And that's a big moment in the match. Here and now 365. Amplifying brands in the UK.
Brian Higgins shuffles out to the middle. Short steps to get himself going. Anyone to particularly miss out last week? One innings that Middlesex had with the bat, of the top order that is. Holden will be keen to hold on to what he's garnered here already. Chance offered, a life given in the last over. Geddes not so fortunate in this. Step into line from Higgins. Wicket maiden for Hannon Dalby. 2 for 23 from 10. Middlesex, 86 for 4. John Taylor. 11 from 8. Economical stuff, miserly stuff. Threatening as well, he's back into the attack. Edged and gone this time. Oh, look at the relief. He was put down 2 overs ago, given a life Holden. not on this occasion. He's gone for 25. It's 2 in 2 overs for Worcestershire. Just moved late on him. Just about going to get into line there, but it had gone on him on the outside edge. Left Holden searching. He's left wondering now as he wanders back. Hose of the catch. 2 in 2 overs for him. Taylor with the wicket on his return, 2 for 11. Gone for 25, Holden, 86 for 5. So, it's a Cracknell. 97 last week for the wicket-keeper bat. Fine player. It was an excellent innings. And an evening session of the first day. It put the foot to the floor for Middlesex. Never really looks back. He and Deploy took the game away from Gloucestershire that evening at the rate that they scored as well. Going again at 2.8 this evening, or today, in this innings, Middlesex. Geddes and Holden helped push that up, but they're both gone, and it's 2 new batters at the crease. 2 balls faced for Higgins. Cracknell's face his first. Higgins yet to get off the mark as well. Find that one. Chirping behind the stumps, and rightly so. There were 61 for 5, recovered to 191 all out. 86 for 5. They too now will be saying something similar to what Middlesex was saying earlier. No more than 150, lads. I think they could be quite as greedy as Middlesex were at 61 for 5 to think about maybe 120 all out. But still at this stage, say 150. Middlesex, much like Olivier earlier when he led the recovery, will be thinking, come on, something started with a 2. Inside edge, that really came back though sharply. Well worth another look, this one. Late swing. And with the slope, the angle's there. Good from Hannon Dolby. That's where he'll want to leave it. It's nice. Get a couple, alleviate a little bit of pressure. is a ball, isn't it? Higgins produced many a delivery like that this morning. He's on the receiving end of it now, as are the Middlesex side in general. Tough day for the batters. Getting ever tougher. The light's not great tonight. A lovely ball from Hannon Dolby. That's his middling off. Higgins makes his way off, 2 from 6. Middlesex, 88 for 6. Zafar Gohar fancies an elevation in the order. He's got a good chance to prove himself here. 32nd over. There's a lot of work to do with the bat. Big lower order partnership, these two. You'd fancy for Middlesex over the years. A good 7 and 8. Melbourne not bad at 9. We do a lot worse than Roland Jones at 10. Gentle drive to get him going, Gohar. Let's face Hannon Dolby for the first time. For 6. Cloudy first evening at Lord's. 16 wickets in the day, still 9 overs to go. Oh, now that is possibly the most unplayable delivery of the day. Round the wicket, angling in, and look at that late swing there. Down the slope away from Gohar, but it was the swing just there. Change the line from around the wicket. There's not much as a left-hander you can do with that, except hope. Gohar's response. Leg side and no ball. Cracknell very much hope it's head down from Gohar. He's a fine batter. He's shown it on many an occasion. For and indeed against Middlesex. A fine row with the bat than the 6 he hit against Kent after a tense, drawn-out finish in the championship match here last season. Calmest man in NWA. So a need from him now. That's a good leave. Well played, Zafar Gohar. A bit of a shape on that again, but a little closer to Gohar on this occasion. 33 bowled, 91 for 6. Right, elsewhere. Essex all out for 149. Somerset, 158 for 5. So 15 wickets on day one at Chelmsford. Glamorgan 55 for 3 in reply to Nottinghamshire's 279. Surrey 410 for 6 against Leicester at the Oval. 2 more to tell you of in Division 1 in a moment. Full, swinging and defended. Middlesex trail by 100. 4 wickets standing. Oh, hold on a minute. What is happening here? I was just about to say it felt as though it brightened up a bit. We're coming off. 20 past 6. I suppose it is quite late in the day, but it felt from up here as though it had brightened up a little. However, things can be very different at ground level. We do have a panoramic up here which can give a brighter horizon, which might not tell the story of ground level. So, day 1, session 3, bad light, trailing by 100. Middlesex 91 for 6 in the 34th over. That could and probably is, at 20 past 6, that for the day. Ground staff on the way out. There's a wave to the scorer's box, and I think that may well mean that as the umpires pass the stumps in a moment, they pull them out of the ground. That's what the inquiry will be from the ground staff. They'll be good to go. And confirmed, that was the signal. And that is end of day 1 here at Lord's. What a day 1 it was. Worcestershire 191 all out, recovering from 61 for 5. Middlesex need their own recovery here at 91 for 6, but Cracknell and Gohar will certainly give Middlesex a chance of that. Look across the socials from Middlesex. You'll see all the in-play highlights and all the other little extras as well that you need overnight before you join us back for the stream in the morning, just before 11. Myself, Kevin Hand, the live stream here from Middlesex at Lord's, brought to you in association with Alphabet.
action. All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone. All over the country. Every session is all-out action all the time. Fully well kept, all invited. Even mums and dads. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams. It all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it. All the activators are fully trained, and all they want is for us to have a great time. Always. Have ball, catch, throw, try it all. It's time to go all in, all together. And it all starts with All Stars. All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.
Power your play this holiday at Dynamo's Cricket.
And that's a big moment in the match. Here and now 365. Amplifying brands in the UK.